The Gaia Hypothesis. It's the radical, beautiful idea that our planet isn't just a rock with life on it, but that the Earth itself is a single, vast, self-regulating living system. Think of it less as a collection of separate ecosystems and more as one enormous creature, a living being named Gaia. Imagine your own body for a moment. You have lungs that regulate gases, a circulatory system that moves heat and nutrients, and trillions of cells working in concert. You don't consciously tell your heart to beat or your immune system to fight a virus. It just happens. The Gaia hypothesis proposes that Earth works in the same way. The oceans are its circulatory system, regulating global temperature. The rainforests are its lungs, breathing in carbon dioxide and exhaling the oxygen we depend on. And all of life, from the smallest microbe in the soil to the largest whale in the sea, acts like the cells of this planetary body, unconsciously working together to maintain the conditions needed for life to thrive. This is a state called homeostasis. Take the air you're breathing right now. It's about 21% oxygen. That's a chemical anomaly. Oxygen is incredibly reactive. It wants to bond with other elements. By all scientific rights, our atmosphere should have far less of it. So why is it so stable? Gaia suggests that life itself actively manages this level. It's a planetary balancing act performed over eons by countless organisms, creating a perfect sweet spot for complex life to exist. Too little oxygen, and we couldn't breathe. Too much, and the planet would be consumed by uncontrollable wildfires. The system keeps itself in check. This isn't to say the Earth thinks, or is conscious in the way we are. It's a system of intricate feedback loops, an emergent intelligence born from the sheer complexity of life itself. The planet doesn't have a mind, but it has a metabolism. And this forces us to ask a profound question. If we are all just cells in the body of a much larger organism, what kind of cells are we? Are we part of the system contributing to its health? Or are we something else, a fever, a disruption that Gaia and its slow geological timescale is trying to correct? The deeper you go, the more you realize you aren't just living on the Earth. You are a part of it. James Lovelock. He was the maverick scientist who dared to ask a question that fundamentally changed our relationship with the planet. What if the Earth is alive? Not alive like an animal, but alive in a much grander sense. A single, sprawling, self-regulating superorganism. This is the seed of the Gaia hypothesis, and it began in the 1960s when Lovelock was working for NASA. His mission was to devise ways to detect life on other planets, specifically Mars. While his colleagues were designing probes to scoop up Martian soil, Lovelock had a more elegant insight. He realized that a planet teeming with life would have a radically different atmosphere than a dead one. A dead world would be in a state of chemical equilibrium, a predictable, stable, and, frankly, boring mix of gases. But a living planet would be a chemical madhouse. Life constantly breathes, eats, and excretes, pumping the atmosphere full of highly reactive gases, like oxygen, creating a state of profound and persistent disequilibrium. He looked at Earth's atmosphere and saw exactly that. It was as if he'd found a planetary heartbeat. This led him to his radical idea. He proposed that the Earth's living organisms, its air, its oceans, and its rocks, are all part of a tightly coupled feedback system. A system that actively maintains the conditions for life, much like your own body maintains a stable internal temperature. Think about it. For billions of years, the sun has been getting hotter, yet Earth's surface temperature has remained remarkably stable, always within the narrow range required for liquid water and, therefore, life. Is this just an incredible coincidence? Or is this system at work? Lovelock called this system Gaia after the ancient Greek goddess of the earth. He argued that we aren't just living on the earth, we are an inseparable part of it. We are like individual cells within a much larger body. This idea was initially dismissed, even ridiculed, by the scientific community. It sounded too mystical, too strange. But it has since reshaped entire fields of science, from geology to climatology. It forces you to reevaluate your own place in the world. If Gaia is a single, integrated system, what role do you play? Are we the thinking part of the planet, its emerging nervous system? Or are we a destructive fever, threatening the stability of the entire organism? This is just the surface of the water, and as we go deeper, the implications of Lovelock's vision only become more profound. Lynn Margulis. She was a scientific rebel who saw life not as a battlefield, but as a grand cooperative dance. For decades, the story of evolution you were taught was all about the survival of the fittest, a relentless, bloody competition. But Margulis looked through her microscope and saw something else entirely, a story of radical partnership. Her most famous idea is called endosymbiosis. It sounds complex, but picture this. Billions of years ago, a simple cell swallowed a smaller bacterium. But instead of digesting it, it put it to work. That tiny bacterium became the powerhouse, the mitochondria that now fuels every single cell in your body. Another ancient merger gave us chloroplasts, the little solar panels inside plant cells. This means you aren't a single entity. You are a walking, talking community, a colony built from ancient collaborations. The very engines that power your thoughts were once free living organisms. This was a profoundly disruptive idea. It was rejected by scientific journals more than a dozen times. The establishment was obsessed with competition, with life as a zero-sum game. Margulis insisted that the greatest leaps in evolution weren't driven by conflict, but by cooperation. She argued that new life doesn't just arise from a slow crawl of random mutations. It explodes into existence when different beings merge, creating something fundamentally new. Evolution isn't just a branching tree, it's a tangled, interconnected web. This view of life as a network naturally led her to collaborate with James Lovelock on the Gaia Hypothesis. The theory proposes that Earth itself behaves like a single, self-regulating superorganism. The atmosphere, the oceans, the climate, they aren't just a passive backdrop for life. Instead, life actively creates and maintains the conditions for its own survival. The planet breathes. It has a metabolism. The vast interconnected system of bacteria, fungi, plants, and animals all work together unconsciously to keep the entire planet stable, much like the cells in your own body work to maintain your temperature. So, when you look in the mirror, what do you see? An individual? Or a trillion-celled ecosystem? A living monument to ancient partnerships? Margulis's work forces us to zoom out and ask an even bigger question. If we are just communities of cells, are we, and all of life, simply part of a much larger planetary organism? Homeostasis. It's the silent, invisible conductor of your entire existence. The word itself means staying the same, but it's not about being static. It's about a constant, dynamic, and desperate dance to maintain balance in a world that's always trying to push you off kilter. It is the fundamental rule of life. Stay stable or cease to be. Think of your body like a smart home, and your internal thermostat is set to a perfect 98, 6 degrees Fahrenheit, or 37 degrees Celsius. If the outside world gets cold, you don't just get cold and die. Instead, your internal system detects the drop. An alarm goes off. Your muscles begin to shiver, tiny contractions generating heat like 1,000 miniature furnaces. Your blood vessels constrict, pulling warmth away from your skin and hoarding it for your vital organs. And when you step into the summer heat, the opposite happens. The system detects the rising temperature and flips on the air conditioning. You sweat. Millions of tiny droplets emerge on your skin, and as they evaporate, they carry heat away with them, cooling you down. This isn't just about temperature. It's about the sugar in your blood after a meal, the salt concentration in your cells, the pH of your body fluids. Every second, a million tiny adjustments are being made, all without a single conscious thought from you. You are a self-correcting, self-balancing marvel. But here's where the idea truly expands, where it leaves the familiar territory of your own body and begins to look outward. What if this principle of self-regulation doesn't stop at your skin? What if you scale it up to the size of a planet? Imagine the Earth itself as a single, vast living organism. The oceans are its circulatory system, carrying heat from the equator to the poles. The great rainforests are its lungs, breathing in carbon dioxide and breathing out the oxygen we depend on. For billions of years, despite a sun that has grown progressively hotter, Earth's average temperature has remained remarkably stable within the narrow band required for liquid water and, therefore, life. Is this just a coincidence? Or is it a sign of a planetary scale homeostasis at work? Is the Earth, just like you, constantly making tiny adjustments to keep its internal conditions stable, ensuring its own survival? It's the profound question that sits at the heart of the Gaia hypothesis. Are we simply cells inside a much, much larger body? Feedback loops. It's the reason a single spark can become a raging wildfire, and it's the reason your body maintains an almost perfect 98, 6 degrees even on the coldest day. These are the invisible puppet strings of the universe, the simple rules of cause and effect that create breathtaking complexity, from the cells inside you to the entire planet. Think of them in two flavors. First, you have the stabilizers, what we call negative feedback loops. This isn't negative as in bad, it's negative as in negating a change. It's your home's thermostat. The room gets too hot, the AC kicks on to cool it. Too cold, the heat starts to warm it. The system always pushes back towards a set point, towards balance. Your body does this constantly, regulating blood sugar, oxygen levels, and temperature. This is homeostasis. And the Gaia hypothesis suggests that the Earth does it too. For billions of years, a vast network of geological and biological loops has kept this planet's climate within the narrow, precious band that allows life like us to exist. But then you have the accelerators, the positive feedback loops. These are the runaway trains. They don't correct, they amplify. They push a system further and further in one direction. That spark that becomes a wildfire? The fire creates heat, which dries out more wood, which provides more fuel for the fire, which creates more heat. It's a self-reinforcing cycle of escalation. On a planetary scale, this is what keeps scientists up at night. Think of Arctic ice. The brilliant white ice reflects the sun's heat back into space. But as it melts, it reveals the dark ocean beneath. Dark water absorbs heat, which warms the ocean, which melts more ice, revealing more dark water. The accelerator is floored. So, which is Earth? A stable, self-correcting system or a runaway train? The Gaian view is that for eons, our planet has been dominated by stabilizing, negative feedback loops. Life itself didn't just adapt to Earth, it actively shaped it, creating the very conditions for its own survival. The fear, however, is that we are now triggering ancient, powerful positive feedback loops, pushing the system past a tipping point from which it can't easily return. These loops aren't good or evil, they are just rules. They are the simple engine of cause and effect that can build a world or unmake one. They are the pulse of the living planet and the rhythm of your own heart. The weak Gaia hypothesis. This is the version of Gaia you can bring home to meet the scientists. It strips away the mysticism and proposes something both radical and deeply intuitive. That life on Earth doesn't just passively exist, it actively maintains the conditions for its own survival. It's not saying the planet is a single, conscious superorganism. Instead, it suggests that the sum of all life from the smallest microbe to the largest whale creates a massive, self-regulating system through feedback loops. Think of it like your own body. You don't consciously decide to sweat when you get hot. It's an automatic, biological response to maintain a stable internal temperature. The weak Gaia hypothesis sees the entire biosphere as doing something similar on a planetary scale. A classic example is the regulation of atmospheric carbon dioxide. When CO2 levels rise, the planet warms. This warming can favor the growth of certain types of oceanic plankton. As these plankton bloom in vast numbers, they pull enormous amounts of CO2 out of the atmosphere through photosynthesis. When they die, they sink to the ocean floor, taking that carbon with them and locking it away. The result? The planet cools down. It's a global thermostat, built not from wires and metal, but from life itself. This isn't a deliberate act. The plankton aren't thinking, let's save the planet. It's an emergent property, a complex outcome arising from simple individual actions. Life, in this view, isn't just a passenger on spaceship Earth, it's a critical part of the ship's life support system. It shapes the composition of the atmosphere, the salinity of the oceans, and the climate itself. This idea fundamentally reframes our place in the world. It suggests that the stability we take for granted, the breathable air, the livable temperatures, isn't a lucky coincidence. It's the result of a delicate 4 billion-year-old dance between living things and their environment. We are not just living on a planet, we are living within a planetary scale biological system. And it begs a chilling question. If life as a whole works to maintain stability, what happens when one species begins to push the system out of balance? Are we simply a rogue component, or perhaps a planetary fever? The strong Gaia hypothesis. This is the point where science dissolves into a breathtaking, almost spiritual philosophy. It proposes that Earth isn't just like a living system, it is a single living organism, a vast planetary scale being with its own physiology. Forget the idea of a simple collection of ecosystems. Instead, picture your own body. You don't consciously command your cells to fight a virus or your stomach to digest food. It just happens. An emergent, self-regulating intelligence. The strong Gaia hypothesis sees the entire planet in the same way. The Amazon rainforest isn't merely a jungle, it is a colossal lung, performing a slow planetary respiration that has gone on for eons, stabilizing the very air you breathe. The great ocean currents, the Gulf Stream, are not just moving water. They are a circulatory system, a warm-blooded network carrying life-giving heat from the equator to the frozen poles, maintaining a global temperature balance with the same unconscious precision your body uses to fight a fever. This view suggests the Earth has a kind of cosmic metabolism. It actively and intelligently manipulates its own environment, the composition of the atmosphere, the salinity of the seas, to keep itself in a state of homeostasis, a state perfect for life to continue. It isn't necessarily a consciousness you could speak with. Think of it more as a planetary instinct, a deep geologic wisdom. The way life has consistently clawed its way back from mass extinctions is not a series of lucky accidents, but the organism healing itself. Which leads to the most profound and unsettling question: what are we? Are we the planet's emerging nervous system? A new layer of cells through which Gaia might finally become self-aware? A way for the world to think? Or does our explosive growth, our consumption, our pollution, does it look less like a brain and more like a cancer? A malignant fever that the planetary body, in its ancient wisdom, may eventually be forced to purge to ensure its own long-term survival. It reframes your entire existence. You are not an individual living on a rock. You are a functional part of a much larger, much older entity. A single cell, breathing with the forests, flowing with the oceans, and contributing to the life or the sickness of the one organism we all belong to: atmospheric regulation. Before you even think about the planet, think about your own body. You don't consciously command your internal thermostat to stay at a cozy 98. 6 degrees Fahrenheit. If you get too hot, you sweat. Too cold, you shiver. It's an automatic, self-regulating system designed for one purpose: keeping you alive. The Gaia hypothesis looks at our planet's atmosphere and sees the exact same principle at work, just on a mind-bogglingly massive scale. The standard scientific story is that life is a tough, adaptable passenger on this spaceship Earth. It just hangs on, evolving to survive whatever the indifferent geology and physics of the planet throw at it. But Gaia theory dares to flip that entire script. It suggests life isn't just a passenger, it's the pilot. It proposes that the biosphere, the collective of all living things, actively manipulates the gases around us, maintaining conditions that are favorable for life as a whole. The atmosphere isn't a given, it's a construction. Let's talk about the very air you're breathing right now. For hundreds of millions of years, oxygen has been locked in at around 21%. This is weird. Geochemically, it's a highly reactive, unstable gas that should not be this abundant. And the level is critically important. If it dropped to 15%, large animals like us would struggle to breathe. If it rose to 25%, even damp vegetation would spontaneously burst into flame. The world would be an inferno. So why does it stay in that perfect, life-giving sweet spot? Gaia's answer is that the biosphere, through the constant balancing act of photosynthesis and respiration, regulates it. It's a planetary breath, keeping the fire of life burning, but never letting it rage out of control. This regulation extends to temperature too. Think of life as a global thermostat. Carbon dioxide is the planet's thermal blanket. Too little, and we freeze. too much, and we cook. Life, especially in the oceans, plays a huge role in managing this blanket. Imagine the sun gets a little brighter, warming the oceans. This could trigger a massive bloom of certain kinds of phytoplankton. As they live and die, they release a gas called dimethyl sulfide. This gas seeds clouds. More clouds mean more of a white, reflective shield over the planet, bouncing sunlight back into space and cooling the surface back down. It's a perfect negative feedback loop. The kind of elegant mechanism you'd expect to find not in random chemical chaos, but within a living organism. So, the atmosphere ceases to be just a passive envelope of air. It becomes an active, living system, an extension of the biosphere itself. It's the planet's circulatory system and its lungs. The constant exchange of gases isn't an accident of chemistry, it's the metabolism of a planetary scale being. And if that's true, if our world is actively managing its own survival, it forces you to wonder, what part do we play in this global body? Ocean salinity regulation. Why isn't the ocean a dead, hypersaline soup? Think about it for a moment. For billions of years, rivers have acted as the Earth's arteries, tirelessly washing over rocks, dissolving minerals, and carrying that salty solution downhill to the sea. Evaporation then lifts fresh water into the clouds, but it leaves all the salt behind. By all logical accounts, the oceans should have become progressively saltier over geologic time, eventually becoming too toxic for most life to exist. Yet, they haven't. For at least the last 500 million years, the ocean's salinity has remained remarkably stable, hovering around a life-sustaining 3.5%. It's a planetary scale balancing act, a puzzle that points to something deeper at work. So where does all that excess salt go? The Earth, it seems, has kidneys. Deep on the ocean floor, at mid-ocean ridges where tectonic plates are pulling apart, seawater seeps down into cracks in the planet's crust. There, it's superheated by magma, and a strange alchemy begins. The hot water reacts with the volcanic basalt rock, stripping some minerals from the water and locking them away in the crust itself. When this water is eventually shot back out through hydrothermal vents, those famous black smokers, it has been chemically filtered. It's a massive, planet-wide purification system, a salt sink that actively removes sodium and other ions from the ocean, preventing a runaway salt crisis. This isn't the only mechanism. Salt is also removed when it's blown ashore as sea spray, or when shallow seas get cut off and evaporate, leaving behind vast salt flats, the fossilized ghosts of ancient oceans. Even life itself plays a part, as marine organisms build their shells and skeletons from dissolved minerals, locking them away when they die and sink to the seafloor. It's a delicate dance of inputs and outputs, a complex network of geological and biological processes all working in concert. Is this just a series of fortunate chemical coincidences? A lucky accident that allowed life to flourish? Or, as the Gaia Hypothesis suggests, are you looking at a true homeostatic system? A planet that doesn't just have life, but behaves like a living thing, actively regulating its own chemistry to keep its oceans, its very lifeblood, in perfect, stable balance for the biosphere it supports. The Daisy World model. It sounds like a children's story, but it's one of the most elegant arguments for a living, self-regulating Earth. Imagine a simple planet, a sterile gray rock orbiting a star. This star, like our own, is slowly getting hotter over millions of years. Now, let's seed this planet with life. Not with complex ecosystems, but with just two simple organisms: black daisies and white daisies. They share the same optimal temperature for growth, but they interact with sunlight in opposite ways. The black daisies absorb light, warming the ground around them. The white daisies reflect light, cooling it. In the beginning, the planet is cold, too cold for comfort. Which daisies do you think have the advantage? The black ones, of course. They soak up every bit of warmth from the faint star, creating little pockets of heat that allow them to thrive. As they spread, the entire planet begins to warm up, its color darkening, its ability to absorb heat increasing. The black daisies, simply by trying to survive for themselves, have accidentally terraformed their world into a paradise for all daisies. But remember, the star is getting hotter. The planetary temperature continues to rise, eventually reaching a point where it's becoming too hot. Now, the black daisies start to overheat and die back. Suddenly, The white daisies have the advantage. Their reflective petals keep them cool in the intense sunlight. As they spread, they turn vast patches of the planet into a brilliant, reflective white. This bounces more of the star's energy back into space, cooling the entire world down. This is the genius of Daisy World. Neither type of daisy is consciously trying to regulate the climate. There's no planetary intelligence at work. It's a purely automatic system, an emergent property born from the selfish competition of individual organisms. The daisies create a global thermostat without even knowing it, keeping their world in that perfect, life-sustaining temperature range for an incredibly long time, despite the star's increasing heat. This simple model was designed to silence a major criticism of the Gaia Hypothesis, that it required some kind of planetary consciousness. Daisy World proves you don't need it. You just need life and its feedback loops. It shows how life doesn't just passively adapt to its environment, it actively creates and maintains it. So, if a world of black and white daisies can achieve this level of global harmony by accident, what intricate planetary scale dance are we a part of right now? Biogeochemical cycles. Think of our planet not as a rock, but as a single vast organism. If that's true, then these cycles are its circulatory system, its respiratory system, its very metabolism. They are the silent, ancient processes that shuttle the building blocks of life from the living to the non-living, and back again in a perfect, endless loop. The name sounds complex, but it's just three ideas smashed together. Bio for life, you, me, the trees. Geo for the earth, the rocks, the air, the oceans. And chemical for the elements themselves, the cosmic Lego bricks like carbon and nitrogen that build absolutely everything. You already know the most famous one, the water cycle. A water molecule in your glass right now could have, 1,000 years ago, been locked in a polar ice cap or part of a cloud that rained on a dinosaur. It's the planet's plumbing, a physical journey of evaporation, condensation, and precipitation, endlessly circulating the very solvent of life. But then you get to the carbon cycle, the literal breath of the planet. Take a deep breath in. Now, exhale. That carbon dioxide you just released might be absorbed by a nearby houseplant. That plant will use the sun's energy to forge that carbon atom into a sugar molecule, building its own body. An insect might eat that leaf. A bird might eat that insect. The carbon that was once your breath becomes a leaf, then a wing, then part of a new life. You are literally built from the recycled breath of the world. And what about the nitrogen cycle? The air you're breathing is nearly 80% nitrogen, but in that form, it's useless to you. It's like being in a library where you can't read the language. The translators are microscopic bacteria in the soil. These tiny alchemists fix the atmospheric nitrogen, converting it into a form that plants can absorb. That nitrogen then travels up the food chain, becoming the essential ingredient for the proteins and DNA in every living thing, including you. Without these invisible gatekeepers, life as we know it would simply starve. These aren't just separate mechanical processes. They are deeply interwoven, a planetary scale dance of giving and taking. They regulate temperature. They create fertile soil. They are the deep humming machinery that suggests the Earth isn't just a rock with life on it, but a cohesive, self-regulating system. The atoms that make you are only on loan. They've been part of stars, rocks, and ancient beasts. And after you, they will continue their journey, recycled into the great, breathing body of a living planet. The carbon cycle, you are made of it. The air you just exhaled is part of it. The ground beneath your feet stores it. Carbon is the ultimate traveler, the cosmic Lego block that builds everything from ancient stars to seashells to the very cells that are thinking your thoughts right now. It is the fundamental architecture of life. To understand it, imagine the planet breathing. On a timescale of days and years, this is the biological loop. Plants, through the quiet magic of photosynthesis, inhale carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. They use sunlight to break it apart, building their own bodies with the carbon and releasing the oxygen as a gift. They are the great architects of the living world. Then you, me, and every other animal breathe in that oxygen, and in a perfect rhythmic exchange, we exhale carbon dioxide back out. It's a planetary partnership, a constant dance between the kingdoms of life where every breath in is balanced by a breath out. But there's a deeper, slower breath, a geological cycle that plays out over millennia. Carbon doesn't just stay in the living. It dissolves into the oceans, which act as a colossal buffer, a planetary sponge absorbing vast quantities. Tiny marine creatures use this carbon to build their shells. When they die, they sink, a slow carbon snowfall to the ocean floor. Over millions of years, this sediment gets compressed into rock, like limestone. Think of it as a planetary savings account, locking carbon away in the deep earth. Occasionally, a volcano erupts, acting as a release valve, venting some of that ancient stored carbon back into the atmosphere, completing a loop that can take 100 million years. For eons, these two cycles, the fast and the slow, maintained a delicate equilibrium. They created the world we know, but recently we found the key to that deep savings account. We found the fossil fuels, the compressed carbon-rich remains of ancient life, and began burning them at an incredible rate. We are taking millions of years of stored sunlight in geology and releasing it in a geological blink of an eye. We've accelerated the slow cycle, overwhelming the fast cycle's ability to keep up. In the language of Gaia, it's like forcing a body to run a constant, ever-increasing fever. So the carbon cycle isn't just a diagram in a textbook. It is the planet's metabolism. It's the circulatory system of a world that is profoundly, complexly alive. It's the constant flow that connects your own breath to the deepest oceans and the oldest rocks, reminding us that we are not just living on the Earth, we are an inseparable part its breath. The Great Oxidation Event. It's the story of how our planet was poisoned into life. The story of the world's first, and perhaps greatest, mass extinction, caused not by an asteroid or a volcano, but by a new kind of life that had just learned a revolutionary trick. For over 1 billion years, Earth was an alien world. Imagine looking up at a hazy orange sky. The oceans weren't blue, they were a murky, iron-rich green. And the air, you couldn't breathe it. It was a thick soup of nitrogen, carbon dioxide, and methane. There was virtually no free oxygen, and for the simple, single-celled life that dominated the planet, that was perfect. Oxygen was a violent, corrosive poison. Then, a new player entered the game: cyanobacteria. These tiny organisms figured out how to do something incredible. They learned to eat sunlight. Photosynthesis. It was the ultimate evolutionary hack, a way to create endless energy. But this miracle had a byproduct: a waste gas. And that waste was pure, toxic oxygen. For millions of years, the planet absorbed the blow. This new poison was pumped into the oceans, but it was immediately neutralized, reacting with the dissolved iron and sinking to the seafloor, forming vast layers of rust we now see as banded iron formations. Think of the ocean as a giant sponge, soaking up the planet's first industrial pollutant. But eventually the sponge became full. The iron was gone. The oceans were saturated. And the oxygen had nowhere left to go but up. It flooded the atmosphere in a silent, slow-motion apocalypse. For the existing anaerobic life, it was a chemical holocaust. This new, reactive gas tore them apart on a molecular level. Entire ecosystems collapsed. Perhaps 99% of all life on Earth was wiped out by the waste gas of a microbe. But Gaia, the planetary system, doesn't waste a crisis. This planetary poisoning, this great extinction, created the very conditions necessary for the next stage of evolution, the stage that led to animals, to consciousness, to us. That deadly poison became the high-energy fuel we now breathe to live. It was a planetary reboot, a violent changing of the guard. It makes you wonder, was this the Earth's first agonizing breath? And was it a mistake, or was it a necessary brutal upgrade? Methyl sulfide and cloud formation. You know that distinct, slightly sulfuric smell of the ocean? The one you breathe in deep when you first hit the beach? You're not just smelling salt water and seaweed. You're smelling the first breath in a planetary-scale air conditioning system. It all begins with life so small you need a microscope to see it. Phytoplankton. These tiny, single-celled algae are the meadows of the sea, floating in the sunlit upper layers of the ocean. As they live, and especially when they die and are eaten by other microbes, they release a gas called dimethyl sulfide, or DMS. It's essentially a waste product, the exhalation of the ocean's invisible forests. This DMS gas is incredibly light and it doesn't just hang around. It wafts up, rising from the ocean surface into the atmosphere. As it climbs, the sun's energy and oxygen transform it. It oxidizes into tiny solid particles, sulfate aerosols, like microscopic specks of dust. Now, think about the air around you. It's full of invisible water vapor, just waiting for a reason to become a liquid. These tiny particles from the ocean are the reason. They are what scientists call cloud condensation nuclei. Think of them as a handhold in an empty room. Water vapor is a ghost, unable to grab onto anything, but when it finds one of these particles, it can finally condense, forming a microscopic droplet. One droplet is nothing, but when trillions of them form around these ocean-borne particles, they create a cloud. And this is where the Gaia hypothesis clicks into place. What do bright, white, low-level clouds do? They act like a planetary mirror. They reflect sunlight back into space, preventing that energy from warming the ocean below. It's a potential global thermostat, a negative feedback loop proposed as the claw hypothesis. If the ocean gets too warm, perhaps the phytoplankton thrive, releasing more DMS. This leads to more clouds, which reflects more sunlight, which then cools the ocean back down. The ocean is, in a very real sense, breathing out its own shade. It's a cycle where the smallest life imaginable directly influences the global climate. The health of a microscopic organism in the middle of the Pacific can determine whether a cloud forms thousands of feet above it. So the next time you smell that salty air, remember what you're really sensing: the hum of a vast, interconnected living machine regulating itself one cloud at a time. Earth system science. It's the perspective that our planet isn't just a rock with life on it, but a single, integrated entity. It's the science of connections, asking not just what a forest is, but how that forest talks to the sky, how the sky talks to the ocean, and how the ocean talks to the deep volcanic heart of the world. It's a radical shift in thinking. For centuries, we approached Earth like mechanics looking at a disassembled engine. Geologists had their rocks, oceanographers had their currents, and biologists had their creatures. Each expert understood their own piece perfectly, but no one was looking at how all those pieces fit together to make the engine run. You can't understand a living body by studying only the bones or only the blood. You miss the emergent, living whole. Earth system science is the act of putting the planet back together. Imagine the planet as a vast organism. The atmosphere is its lungs, cycling gases, creating the breath of winds and weather. The oceans and rivers are its circulatory system, a global network of currents carrying vital heat and nutrients from the equator to the poles, just as your blood carries oxygen. The solid rock of the geosphere is the skeleton, providing structure, but it's a dynamic skeleton that shifts, erupts, and releases minerals. The cryosphere. The ice caps and glaciers acts like a planetary thermostat, reflecting sunlight and regulating global temperature. And then there's us. The biosphere. All life. We aren't just passengers. We are an active, integrated part of this global physiology. The microscopic plankton in the sea don't just float. They produce more than half the oxygen in our atmosphere. The sprawling roots of a rainforest don't just anchor trees. They fundamentally alter the composition of the soil and even help generate their own rainfall. This is a world of intricate feedback loops. A small temperature change in the ocean can alter a major weather pattern, which then determines where forests can grow. Those forests, in turn, pull carbon from the atmosphere, which can then cool the planet and the ocean again. Everything is talking to everything else, all the time. It is a single, dynamic, self-regulating system, which leads us down a very deep rabbit hole. If all these non-living and living systems work in concert to create a stable, habitable environment, is that just a coincidence? Or are we, and every living thing, part of a much larger planetary-scale organism? The superorganism concept. It's the radical idea that the line between an individual and a group can blur, and then dissolve entirely. It suggests that some collectives act with such unified purpose, they cease to be a they and become an it. Consider a termite mound rising from the earth like a cathedral of clay. You see millions of termites. But are you really seeing millions of individuals? Or are you seeing the cells of a single breathing structure? Each termite is a cog, a neuron, a muscle fiber, acting on instinct for a goal it can't possibly comprehend on its own. The colony builds, forages, and defends itself not as a team, but as one creature with a million tiny bodies. The individual is meaningless, the whole is everything. But here's where the comfortable distance of an insect colony vanishes. Look at your own hand. You are a superorganism. You are not a single being. You are a walking, talking community of roughly 37 trillion cells, all working in concert. Each cell is a life form, but their collective action creates a higher level entity, you. The consciousness that is hearing these words right now is the emergent property of this cellular society. Your thoughts, your feelings, they are the ghost in a machine made of trillions of living parts, all held together by a shared purpose they will never understand. And that's not even counting the trillions of bacteria in your gut that influence your mood and health, a whole separate ecosystem living inside your own. So if your body is a superorganism, a unified whole made of tiny individuals, what's the next level up? If we zoom out, does the pattern repeat? Could a city, with its flow of traffic like blood and its communication networks like nerves, be considered a single entity? Could all of humanity, with its interconnected culture and technology, be a single, globe-spanning organism just beginning to wake up? This is the central question that propels us deeper down the iceberg. The idea that individual consciousness might just be a building block for something far, far larger. It asks us to reconsider the very definition of I, and to wonder if we are all just cells in the body of a much grander being, a planetary intelligence we are only now beginning to glimpse. Symbiosis. It's the secret language of life, spoken in the silent transactions between organisms. The word itself simply means living together. But this is like calling a grand orchestra just a collection of sounds. It's the how they live together that reveals the beautiful, terrifying, and intricate nature of existence. You see, you are not a single entity. You are a walking, talking ecosystem, a community. The very powerhouses in every one of your cells, the mitochondria that turn your food into energy, were once separate, free-living bacteria. Billions of years ago, they entered into the ultimate symbiotic pact with one of your single-celled ancestors. They gave up their independence for shelter, and in return, they gifted your lineage the fire of complex life. This isn't just a partnership, it's the foundation of who you are. This is mutualism, the perfect win-win, where both parties benefit so profoundly they become inseparable. Think of the bee and the flower, each essential to the other's survival, locked in an evolutionary dance. But not all relationships are so balanced. There's commensalism, the quiet roommate agreement of the natural world. An orchid growing high on a tree, gaining sunlight without harming its host. The tree doesn't gain anything, but it doesn't lose anything either. It's a relationship of benign indifference, a silent acknowledgement of shared space. And then there is the dark side of this intimacy, parasitism. The tick on a deer, the tapeworm in a gut. Here, one organism thrives by draining the life from another. It's a stark reminder that living together is not always harmonious. It's a relationship built on exploitation, a biological theft that can unravel the host from the inside out, proving that connection can be a weapon as much as a comfort. Mutualism, commensalism, parasitism, these aren't just textbook terms. They are the fundamental rules of connection that govern everything, from the bacteria in your gut that help you digest your last meal, to the vast hidden network of fungi that allows an entire forest to communicate and share resources beneath your feet. Life isn't a solo performance, it's an impossibly complex choir. And this is where the idea begins to scale, to stretch the mind. If your own body is a symbiotic city and a forest is a symbiotic continent, what happens when you zoom all the way out? What if these countless, intricate relationships aren't just random interactions, but the very threads weaving a single, planetary scale consciousness? Emergent properties. It's the simple, almost magical idea that the whole can be greater and stranger than the sum of its parts. It's the ghost in a machine, the pattern that arises from chaos, the moment when quantity creates a new kind of quality. Think about a single molecule of water, H2O. It isn't wet. It has no temperature in the way you and I understand it. It can't form a wave or a tide. But put trillions of them together, and suddenly you have the ocean. Wetness, fluidity, the power to carve canyons and sustain life. These are not properties of one molecule. They emerge from the interaction of the many. The rules of the individual parts don't fully explain the behavior of the system. Something new has been born from the collective. Or consider an ant colony. A single ant is a tiny, pre-programmed robot. It follows simple chemical trails, performing basic tasks. It has no grand vision, no architectural blueprint in its mind. Yet, the colony as a whole acts like a single intelligent organism. It builds complex, ventilated nests, wages strategic wars, and even cultivates its own food through farming fungi. Where is this intelligence located? You can't point to a leader ant or a brain section of the hive. The intelligence is an emergent property of the entire system. It exists in the connections between ants, not within any single one. Now, let's turn that lens on yourself. A single neuron in your brain is just a biological switch. Fires, or it doesn't. It has no thoughts, no feelings, no awareness of its own existence. It doesn't remember your first kiss or ponder the meaning of the universe. But connect 86 billion of them in the impossibly complex network of your brain, and something extraordinary emerges. Your consciousness, your sense of self, your ability to even comprehend this idea right now is perhaps the most profound emergent property we know of. You are the pattern that arises from the silent electric chatter of your cells. So, if simple molecules can create an ocean, and simple insects can create a superorganism, and simple cells can create a conscious mind, what happens when you keep scaling up? What emerges from the complex interactions of 8 billion human minds, all connected by a global network? What emerges from the countless interactions of every living thing on this planet, from the smallest bacteria to the largest whale, all woven into a single biosphere? This is where the questions start to get much, much bigger. We see how a system can become more than its parts. The real question is, are we the parts of a system that is, itself, waking up? Gaia, as a metaphor, it's a way of seeing the world that doesn't ask you to believe the Earth has a consciousness, but to consider a more profound idea. What if it behaves like a single, unified organism? And what if you are a part of it? Think about your own body. It's made of trillions of individual cells. A single skin cell on your hand has no concept of you. It doesn't know about your thoughts, your memories, your dreams. It simply performs its function, living and dying as part of a system it can never comprehend. Yet, the coordinated action of all these unthinking cells creates you, a complex, conscious being. The Gaia metaphor asks you to zoom out. What if humanity, and every other form of life, are like the cells of a much larger entity? We live our individual lives, pursuing our own goals, completely unaware of the larger being we collectively create and sustain. This simple shift in perspective changes everything. It reframes our entire relationship with the planet. Suddenly, you're not a tenant living on Earth, you're a vital component of Earth. An oil spill is no longer just an environmental disaster out there. It's a wound on the body of which you are a part. The extinction of a species isn't just a loss of biodiversity. It's like a cluster of specialized cells dying off, diminishing the function of the whole. The idea of saving the planet becomes obsolete. You can't save something you are intrinsically part of. Instead, it becomes a question of health, of balance, of healing a system from within. And this isn't just poetry. You can see the echoes of a living system everywhere. The great ocean currents act like a global circulatory system, distributing heat and nutrients just as blood does in your veins. The Amazon rainforest breathes in carbon dioxide and exhales oxygen, functioning as a planetary lung. Fungal networks under the soil act as a neurological system for the forest, passing information between trees. These aren't just random isolated processes. They are interconnected, self-regulating feedback loops, working in concert to maintain the stability of the whole. So, the metaphor isn't about a literal thinking goddess. It's a tool for understanding interconnectedness on a scale that's almost impossible to grasp. It suggests that our individual actions multiplied by billions are not random noise. They are the metabolic processes of a planet. And it leaves us with a humbling, slightly chilling question. If we are the cells, are we acting like healthy ones, contributing to the whole? Or have we become something else entirely? Scientific criticism of Gaia. It's one of the most beautiful, holistic ideas in modern thought. But in the cold, hard arena of science, beauty isn't enough. An idea has to be testable, and it must stand up to relentless questioning. For Gaia, the questions are profound. The first major hurdle is the problem of purpose. The strong version of the Gaia hypothesis implies that Earth's systems work in order to maintain conditions favorable for life. But this assigns a goal, a teleology, to a planet. It's like saying a rock falls so that it can be on the ground. Science describes the how gravity, not a purposeful, why. Evolution, the bedrock of modern biology, is a blind process. It has no foresight. The idea that an entire biosphere could collectively plan to regulate the planet is a leap that most scientists are unwilling to take. Then there's the issue of falsifiability. A core tenet of good science is that a hypothesis must be testable. There has to be some experiment or observation that could prove it wrong. But Gaia is notoriously slivery. If the planet's systems are stable, a supporter can say, "See? Gaia is at work." If a catastrophic event like a mass extinction occurs, they could argue Gaia is purging an imbalance, or the system is sick. When a theory can explain any and all outcomes, it effectively explains nothing. It becomes more like a belief system than a scientific framework. But perhaps the most damning criticism comes directly from Darwin. Natural selection operates on populations of competing individuals. Fitter organisms outcompete others and pass on their genes. For Gaia to have evolved as a single superorganism, it would need to be part of a population of planets. It would need to compete. But we only have one Earth. There is no cosmic competition driving the evolution of a self-regulating planet. It's like imagining a single immortal lion evolving a thicker coat. Without the pressure of a changing environment, competition from other lions, and the passing of genes to the next generation, the engine of evolution simply can't start. For these reasons, most scientists view Gaia not as a literal truth, but as a powerful and valuable metaphor. It was revolutionary in forcing us to see the Earth not as a dead rock with life on it, but as a single, integrated system of feedback loops. It highlights the profound connection between the living and the non-living. But to call it a conscious living organism? That, for many, is where the science ends and the poetry begins. The anthropic principle. It's the profound and slightly unsettling observation that our universe seems, well, tailor-made for you and me. Think about the fundamental constants of physics, the strength of gravity, the charge of an electron. If you were to dial any of these numbers up or down by even the tiniest, most infinitesimal fraction, the whole cosmic show would collapse. A slightly stronger nuclear force, and stars would burn out in a million years. A slightly weaker one, and they would never ignite at all. No stars, no heavy elements. No carbon, no water, no life. Our existence balances on an impossibly sharp knife's edge. So, why is the universe so perfectly tuned for conscious observers? This is where the anthropic principle splits into two paths. The first, the weak anthropic principle, is the more modest explanation. It says there's no mystery here, just a selection bias. It's like a puddle of water waking up one morning and thinking, "Wow, this hole I'm in fits me perfectly. It must have been designed just for me." But of course, the puddle only exists because it conforms to the shape of the hole. Similarly, we can only exist in a universe whose properties allow for our existence. We are the puddle. We won the cosmic lottery, and because we won, we're here to wonder how we got so lucky. All the losing universes are silent because there's no one in them to complain. But then there's the second path, the strong anthropic principle. This one is far more radical. It suggests that this isn't a coincidence at all. It proposes that the universe, for some reason, must have had properties that would eventually give rise to life and consciousness. This version doesn't just say we're lucky, it hints that the game was rigged in our favor from the very beginning. Imagine you're facing a firing squad of 100 expert marksmen. The order is given, you hear the thunderous roar of rifles, and you find you're still alive. Every single one of them missed. Do you just shrug and say, well, if they hadn't missed, I wouldn't be here to be surprised? Or do you suspect that maybe, just maybe, the outcome was intentional? That's the dilemma. Are we just the improbable survivor of a cosmic accident? Or is our consciousness somehow a fundamental, necessary feature of reality itself? The anthropic principle doesn't give us an answer. It just holds up a mirror to the cosmos and asks the ultimate chicken or the egg question. Does the universe create observers, or do observers, in some strange way, create the universe they observe? It's the quiet, persistent whisper that maybe our existence isn't an afterthought, but part of the original blueprint. Planetary regulation versus optimization. This is the fundamental schism at the heart of the Gaia hypothesis, the question that separates a beautiful metaphor from a literal reality. Is the Earth a single vast organism, actively regulating its own climate and chemistry like your body regulates its temperature? Or is it just an incredibly complex marketplace where the stability we see is merely a side effect of trillions of organisms selfishly fighting for their own survival? Think of it this way. Regulation is a thermostat. The collective of life on Earth senses things are getting too hot, and it works together consciously or not, to release gases that cool things down. It's a purposeful corrective action for the good of the whole system. Optimization, however, is pure, ruthless Darwinism. It argues there is no thermostat. There is only competition. An organism doesn't release a chemical to help the planet. It releases a chemical because it helps that organism outcompete its neighbors. The planet-wide stability we observe is just a happy accident, an emergent property of countless selfish local actions. The Gaian perspective sees regulation everywhere. It points to marine algae producing a specific chemical that seeds clouds, which then block the sun and cool the very ocean the algae live in. It looks like a perfect feedback loop. It looks intentional, but the optimization camp would say that's reading purpose where there is none. The algae that didn't create that cooling effect simply got outcompeted and died. We are only left with the descendants of the organisms whose selfish actions, by pure chance, happen to stabilize their own environment, and by extension, the planet. So, are you a cell in a planetary superorganism playing your part in a grand, self-sustaining system? Or are you just an individual actor in a chaotic casino and the house has stayed open this long through sheer dumb luck? The line gets incredibly blurry. After all, a single cell in your own body is just optimizing its own survival, following its genetic code. It has no concept of you. Yet, trillions of them working together create your consciousness and keep you alive. At what point does the unthinking optimization of the parts become the intelligent regulation of the whole? If a system acts like it has a purpose, does it matter if it doesn't know it? Lovelock's Revenge of Gaia. This is the point on the iceberg where the Earth stops being a passive stage for our drama and starts fighting back. The original Gaia hypothesis was beautiful, almost comforting. It pictured our world as a single, self-regulating organism, a nurturing system that works to keep conditions just right for life. But by the 2000s, its creator, James Lovelock, saw something different. He saw a system pushed to its breaking point. He saw a fever coming. The Revenge of Gaia isn't about a conscious, angry planet god seeking vengeance. It's far more terrifying because it's impersonal. It's systemic. Imagine your own body. When a dangerous virus invades, your immune system doesn't politely ask it to leave. It unleashes hell. It jacks up your temperature, creating a fever so intense it can cook the invaders to death. The fever is a violent, self-preserving act. It might make you miserable, it might even damage you, but its goal is not your comfort, its goal is the survival of the whole system. Lovelock's chilling realization was that humanity has become the planet's pathogen. Our industrial civilization, our relentless burning of fossil fuels, has become a planetary infection. And the Earth's response? It's a fever. The intensifying hurricanes, the biblical floods, the scorching heat waves, the melting ice caps, these aren't separate, unrelated disasters. They are the symptoms. They are the shivers and sweats of a planet trying to burn out an infection. This is the crucial, terrifying shift in thinking. The planet isn't trying to save Yusas Cha. We are the problem it is trying to solve. The feedback loops we've triggered, like melting permafrost releasing more methane, which causes more warming, which melts more permafrost, are the mechanisms of the fever. Gaia is simply moving to a new, hotter, and far more hostile stable state, a state that will be largely inhospitable to the complex civilization that caused the sickness in the first place. The revenge isn't an emotion, it's a consequence. We aren't battling climate change. We are the climate change that Gaia is battling. The holobiont concept. Look down at your hands. They seem like a part of a singular being, don't they? A part of you. But this concept suggests you're looking at a bustling metropolis, an ecosystem teeming with life. It proposes that you are not an individual in the way you've always thought. You are a holobiont. A holobiont is a composite organism. It's the host. That's you, and the vast, diverse community of microorganisms that live in and on you. Think of it like a coral reef. A coral isn't just the animal polyp, it's a tight-knit partnership with the photosynthetic algae living inside its tissues. Without the algae, the coral bleaches and dies. Without the coral, the algae has no home. They are not two separate entities coexisting, they are a single, functional ecological unit. A holobiont. Now, bring that idea back to yourself. You are a walking, talking coral reef. Your body is a planet for trillions of bacteria, fungi, viruses, and archaea. These aren't just passive hitchhikers. Your microbiome helps you digest food, synthesizes essential vitamins, trains your immune system, and even influences your mood and thoughts through the gut-brain axis. The cravings you feel might not even be your cravings, but the biochemical demands of the microbes in your gut. They are an active, essential part of what makes you function. Here's where it gets truly radical. The theory suggests that natural selection doesn't just act on you, the human. It acts on the entire holobiont as a single unit. It sees your human genes and the collective genes of your microbial partners, what's called the hologenome, as one complete package. Your survival and their survival are inextricably linked. This shatters the classical view of an individual as a discrete, genetically sealed entity. It redraws the boundaries of self, so when you look in the mirror, what are you really seeing? Is it one life form or a cooperative of trillions, a walking, breathing ecosystem that has learned to call itself I? The Gaia Hypothesis. It's the Gaia Hypothesis's dark, twisted shadow. While Gaia paints a comforting picture of Mother Earth, a single, self-regulating organism where life works to maintain balance, Medea whispers a much more terrifying truth: that life, as a collective, is inherently self-destructive. It suggests the biosphere isn't our mother, it's a monster that periodically tries to devour its own children. The name, chosen by paleontologist Peter Ward, is a deliberate and brutal reference to the Greek tragedy. Medea was a sorceress who, betrayed by her husband, took the ultimate revenge by murdering their own two sons. The hypothesis argues that life on Earth has repeatedly done the same, actively engineering its own mass extinctions not out of malice, but as a simple consequence of its own success. Think of it like a fire. A fire consumes fuel to grow, but in doing so, it uses up the very thing it needs to survive, while simultaneously choking the air with smoke. The Medea hypothesis sees life this way. A successful life form proliferates, consumes resources, and pollutes its environment until it triggers a global collapse. It's not a conscious act, it's a feedback loop spiraling into oblivion. The most staggering example happened 4 billion years ago. The Great Oxidation Event. Tiny cyanobacteria evolved the miracle of photosynthesis, but their waste product was oxygen, a violently corrosive gas that was pure poison to almost all other anaerobic life on the planet. They were so successful that they flooded the world with this toxic waste, triggering a global ice age and causing the planet's first, and perhaps largest, mass extinction. Life nearly wiped itself out just as it was getting started. From ancient microbes belching methane that may have caused runaway climate change, to our own industrial civilization, the pattern repeats. We see ourselves as intelligent stewards of the planet, but through the Medean lens, we're just the latest dominant life form overexploiting our environment. We are the current trigger for the next great biocidal event. The hypothesis forces you to ask a chilling question: is our planetary crisis a unique failure of humanity? Or are we just playing our part in a tragic, repeating cycle that's been coded into life from the very beginning? Humanity as a planetary cancer. It's one of the darkest, most unsettling ideas on the Gaia iceberg, suggesting our civilization isn't just a problem for the Earth, but a problem within the Earth. To grasp this, you have to see the planet as a single living organism, a body. And in this body, we are the rogue cells. Think about how a cancer cell functions. It forgets it's part of a larger whole. It loses its original purpose and begins to multiply for its own sake, ignoring the signals from the body telling it to stop. Its prime directive becomes unchecked growth. This rogue cell hijacks the body's own systems, the blood vessels, the nutrients, and redirects them for its own endless expansion, ultimately harming the host it depends on. Now, look at us. Over the last few centuries, human population has exploded, moving with a speed unprecedented in planetary history. We consume resources like a tumor drawing blood from the system. Our cities sprawl across the land, and our global trade networks act like co-opted arteries, feeding our insatiable growth. We clear forests, the planet's lungs, and pump waste into the oceans and atmosphere, disrupting the circulatory and respiratory systems of Gaia herself. We terraform, we extract, we consume, rewriting the planet's operating system for a single purpose: more of us. And like any successful cancer, we've begun to metastasize. First, we spread from one continent to every corner of the globe. Now, we look to the moon, to Mars, with the goal of seeding ourselves across the solar system. From the planet's perspective, this might not look like noble exploration, but like a disease preparing to spread beyond its original host. The truly terrifying part of this analogy is the endgame. A body with untreated cancer eventually tries to fight back. It mounts an immune response. It develops a fever. So you have to ask, what does a planetary immune response look like? Are the escalating hurricanes, the historic droughts, the novel viruses, are these just random events? Or are they symptoms of Gaia's fever, the planet's own systems attempting to regulate, to burn out an infection that threatens the whole? The metaphor forces a chilling question. Can a cancer ever become benign, or is its self-destruction, along with its host, inevitable? Humanity as the Gaian nervous system. It's a concept that reframes our entire existence, suggesting that our cities, our internet, our very consciousness are not just human creations, but the emerging brain of a planetary organism. Think about your own body. You're made of trillions of cells, but you are a single entity. Each cell performs its function, largely unaware of the whole. Now, scale that up. What if each of the 8 billion humans on this planet is like a single neuron? For most of history, these neurons were scattered, communicating slowly, if at all. But then we started building pathways. We laid down roads and shipping lanes like rudimentary nerve fibers. We invented language, writing, and the printing press, each a more efficient way for the neurons to fire and connect. And then came the digital age. Suddenly, these 8 billion neurons were linked in a global network of unimaginable complexity, firing signals, data, ideas, emotions at the speed of light. Our sprawling cities, with their grids of light seen from orbit, look eerily like neural maps. This isn't just a poetic metaphor, it's a functional comparison. This network allows the planet to process information, to learn, to react on a global scale for the first time in its 4.5 billion year history. Through this system, Gaia has developed senses. Our satellites are its eyes, gazing out at the cosmos and back at its own fragile skin. Our seismographs are its sense of touch, feeling the deep rumbles in its core. Our scientific instruments are its nerve endings, analyzing its own chemistry, its own biology, its own past. We are the means by which the Earth is becoming self-aware. But this new nervous system is volatile. It's young, and it often seems to be attacking its own body. Climate change, mass extinctions, are these the painful spasms of a system coming online, or are they a planetary autoimmune disease? Is the rapid, feverish spread of industry and information a sign of a brilliant awakening, or a catastrophic, world-ending fever? We are the part of Gaia that can contemplate the stars, but we are also the part that can poison the oceans. So, the next time you send a message or scroll through a global feed, consider this. You might not just be talking to a friend. You might be a single thought in the slowly waking mind of a planet. A thought that is still deciding whether to be a beautiful dream or a terrible nightmare, the Anthropocene. It's the proposed name for our current chapter in Earth's history, the age where the planet's diary is no longer written solely in rock and ice, but in our own handwriting. For billions of years, Earth's story was told by volcanoes, asteroid impacts, and the slow dance of continents. Now, a new author has seized the pen, and that author is humanity. Geologists divide Earth's deep time into epochs, vast stretches defined by what you'd find in the layers of sediment. The Holocene, the relatively calm 12,000-year period that allowed our civilizations to flourish, has its own distinct signature. But the Anthropocene, the age of humans, is a dramatic, violent break from the past. Its signature isn't just a subtle change in ancient pollen, it's a global layer of microplastics, of soot from our engines, of novel materials that have never existed before. We have fundamentally altered the book of Earth in a geological blink of an eye. A geologist, millions of years from now, won't need a magnifying glass to find our mark. They'll find the strange, new, man-made rocks we're creating, plastiglomerates, where melted plastic fuses with sand and shell on distant beaches. They will find the bones of the domestic chicken, a bird we have bred in such astronomical numbers that its remains will be the key fossil of our era. Most chillingly, they will find a thin global layer of radioactive isotopes, the unmistakable fingerprint of the atomic age that began in 1945. A single, sharp line in the rock that screams, "We were here, and we held the power to unmake the world." If you think of Earth as a single, self-regulating organism, as Gaia, then the Anthropocene is a truly profound development. It's as if one type of cell within a vast body suddenly developed its own will. We have become the planet's new nervous system, wrapping it in a web of satellites and fiber optic cables. We've rerouted its arteries, diverting entire rivers to feed our cities. But in doing so, we've also become its fever. Our industrial metabolism is raising the entire body's temperature, altering its atmospheric chemistry, and triggering a catastrophic immune response in the form of a mass extinction. The real debate about the Anthropocene isn't just about what to call this time. It's about acknowledging our own reflection. It's the moment humanity looked into the geological mirror and saw a planetary scale force staring back. For the first time in 4.5 billion years, the planet's dominant force for change is aware of itself. The rock layers are no longer just the history of what happened, they are a record of our choices. A permanent testament to whether you and I and all of us chose to be a wise mind or a reckless fever. Geophysiology. Imagine your own body for a moment. You have organs, a heart, lungs, a liver, all working in concert, unconsciously regulating your temperature and blood chemistry, keeping you in that delicate balance we call alive. Now, what if the Earth does the exact same thing? That's the core of geophysiology. It's the study of our planet not as a ball of rock with life on it, but as a single, integrated living system. This radical idea, famously known as the Gaia Hypothesis, was pioneered by scientist James Lovelock and microbiologist Lynn Margulis. They looked at our world and saw something that defied simple chemistry and physics. Take our atmosphere. It's about 21% oxygen. That might not sound strange, but oxygen is an incredibly volatile, reactive gas. Chemically, it shouldn't be this stable. It's like finding a lit candle in a fireworks factory that never goes out. The reason? Life. From the vast forests to the microscopic plankton in the sea, living organisms are constantly breathing, processing, and maintaining this precise atmospheric balance. They are, in a very real sense, the planet's lungs. To understand how this works, think of a simple model they called Daisy World. Imagine a planet populated only by black daisies and white daisies. The black daisies absorb sunlight and warm the planet. The white daisies reflect sunlight and cool it. If the planet gets too cold, the heat-loving black daisies thrive, warming it up. If it gets too hot, the white daisies take over, cooling it back down. It's a planetary thermostat run by life itself with no conscious effort. Life doesn't just adapt to its environments, it actively creates the environment it needs to survive. So, what does this make you? If Earth is a single, physiological system, then we aren't just inhabitants living on its surface. We are components of it. You could be a single cell in a vast planetary organism, a neuron in a global brain, a microbe in its gut. The very air you're breathing right now is a product of this system, a shared exhalation billions of years in the making. It forces a profound shift in perspective. You are not separate from the world, you are a functioning, metabolic part of it. And this leads to a much deeper, more unsettling question. If the Earth is a living body, can it get sick? And could we, humanity, be the fever? The circulatory system of Gaia. Think about your own body for a moment. A complex network of arteries and veins tirelessly pumping blood. It delivers oxygen and nutrients to your farthest cells and carries waste away, maintaining a perfect, delicate balance. Now, zoom out, way out, and see the Earth doing the exact same thing, on a scale that defies imagination. The blood of Gaia is water. The vast, interconnected oceans are the lifeblood of the planet, and flowing within them are colossal arteries. The great ocean currents. Take the Gulf Stream. It's not just a current, it's a massive river within the ocean carrying warm tropical water from the Gulf of Mexico all the way to northern Europe. This is a planetary heat conveyor belt, warming entire continents and making them habitable. Without it, London would have the climate of Siberia. This is a vital organ, regulating planetary temperature with the precision of a thermostat, ensuring stability for life. But circulation isn't just confined to the sea. Look up. The atmosphere is the other half of this grand system. The jet streams, those high-altitude rivers of air, act like the finer capillaries. They ferry moisture, pressure systems, and even life-giving dust across thousands of miles. The Amazon rainforest, one of the planet's great lungs, is fertilized by phosphorus-rich dust blown all the way from the Sahara Desert in Africa. You're witnessing a continent-sized ecosystem being fed by a transoceanic nutrient line, a delivery that has happened for millennia. This entire global system is powered by a heart, the sun. The intense heat at the equator and the profound cold at the poles create a massive thermal engine, the driving force that pumps the oceans and stirs the air into a constant, rhythmic pulse. So when you feel the wind on your face or watch a river flow to the sea, you aren't just witnessing physics or weather. You are seeing the circulatory system of a living planet at work. You are a cell, living within a vast, breathing organism, benefiting from a delivery system so immense it's almost incomprehensible. A system that doesn't just allow for life, but actively choreographs the entire planet to sustain it. The respiratory system of Gaia, it's the idea that the entire planet breathes. Not with lungs, but with oceans and forests. In a single, coordinated cycle so immense it's measured in seasons. It's a breath you are a part of, right now. Think of the great planetary inhale. As sunlight sweeps across the face of the Earth, a wave of photosynthesis begins. It's not just the Amazon, the great green engine of the tropics. It's the sprawling boreal forests of Siberia and Canada, and most powerfully, the invisible meadows of the sea. Trillions of microscopic phytoplankton, suspended in the sunlit layers of the ocean, pull carbon dioxide from the water, releasing the pure, vital oxygen that will eventually find its way to you. This is the deep, life-giving intake. The winds and ocean currents act as a planetary circulatory system, carrying this oxygen from a kelp forest off the coast of California or a patch of algae in the South Pacific, delivering it across continents and into the air you are breathing. And with every inhale, there must be an exhale. Every animal, every fungus, every microbe, and even the plants themselves in the darkness of night release carbon dioxide. The decay of a fallen leaf on the forest floor is a tiny sigh, a release of carbon back into the system. This isn't waste, it's the other half of the breath, the necessary return. We can actually watch this happen. For decades, scientists have measured atmospheric CO2, and the data draws a beautiful, rhythmic wave. It's called the Keeling curve. Each spring in the northern hemisphere, as its vast landmass bursts into leaf, the line on the graph plummets. The planet is breathing in. Then, as autumn arrives and life exhales, the line gracefully rises again. It is the literal heartbeat, the respiratory chart of a living world. So feel the air fill your own lungs. That single breath is your personal connection to this global process. The oxygen you just took in is a gift from the sunlit half of the world. The carbon dioxide you'll release will rejoin the great atmospheric river, perhaps becoming part of a cloud, or being absorbed by a 1,000-year-old tree. You are not separate from this system. You are a functional part of it, a tiny node in the great, slow, rhythmic breathing of Gaia. Vladimir Vernadsky. He's the scientist who looked at our planet and didn't just see a ball of rock with life on it. He saw a planet that was being actively transformed by life. For him, life wasn't a passive passenger, it was a geological force as powerful as any volcano or earthquake. He called this concept the biosphere. Now, you might think of the biosphere as just the thin layer where things live, but Vernadsky's idea was much deeper. He saw it as the sum total of all living matter, a single, interconnected system that actively shapes the planet's chemistry. Think about it this way. The great chalk cliffs of Dover aren't just white rock. They are the compressed remains of trillions upon trillions of microscopic marine organisms. Life took elements from the ocean and built a mountain. The very air you're breathing right now, rich with oxygen, is not the planet's default setting. It is the persistent, collective exhalation of countless plants and algae over billions of years. Life, Vernadsky argued, literally terraformed its own home. It created the conditions for its own survival. He saw living matter as the most powerful chemical agent on the planet's surface, constantly breaking down, building up, and recycling elements in vast planetary scale cycles. It's like the Earth has a metabolism, and we are all, from the smallest microbe to the largest whale, part of that process. But he didn't stop there. Vernadsky predicted a new stage in the Earth's evolution, a new sphere that would emerge from the biosphere. The Noosphere. From the Greek word for mind, this is the sphere of human reason and collective thought. He envisioned a future where human consciousness, science, and technology would become the dominant force shaping the planet. Our global network of information, our cities, our technology. This is the Noosphere taking shape, a thinking layer enveloping the globe. Long before James Lovelock proposed the Gaia Hypothesis, Vernadsky laid the intellectual foundation. He gave us the language to see the Earth not as a stage for life, but as a dynamic, co-evolving system where the living and non-living are locked in an inseparable dance. He taught us that we aren't just living on the Earth, we are a part of its ongoing creation. The biosphere. It's the one place in the entire known universe where life has taken hold, a delicate, living film stretched over the surface of a rock. If the Earth were an apple, the biosphere would be thinner than its skin. It's everything, from the deepest microbes in the ocean trenches to the highest flying birds, and yes, that includes you. It's the global sum of all ecosystems, but to just call it a collection of living things is to miss the point entirely. It's not a place so much as it is a process. A single, interconnected network humming with constant exchange. Think of it this way. The atmosphere you're breathing from right now isn't just a static blanket of gas. It's the exhalation of countless forests, the breath of plankton across 1 million square miles of ocean. The water in your body has traveled through clouds, rivers, and the roots of ancient trees. The very atoms that make up your hand were once part of a star, then part of the Earth's crust, then perhaps a dinosaur, and now, for a brief moment, they are you. You aren't just living on the Earth, you are a temporary arrangement of the Earth itself. This system is a web of impossibly complex feedback loops. Life doesn't just adapt to the planet, it actively shapes it. Early bacteria pumped the atmosphere full of oxygen, fundamentally changing the world for all life that followed. Forests regulate temperature and create their own rainfall. Ocean currents, driven by wind and salt and life, act as a global circulatory system, distributing heat and nutrients. Everything is connected to everything else. The health of the soil in one continent can affect the dust that seeds clouds over another. It's this profound, systemic interconnectedness that leads to a much deeper, more provocative question. When you look at a system that breathes, that circulates, that regulates its own temperature and chemistry, are you looking at a collection of separate parts working together? Or are you looking at the emergent properties of a single planetary scale organism? Are we merely inhabitants of this world? Or are we something more akin to cells, playing our small part in the life of a being so vast we can barely comprehend it? The Noosphere. It is the sphere of human thought. Just as the planet has a geosphere, the layer of rock and metal, and a biosphere, the layer of all living things. Some thinkers proposed a third, emergent layer, a planetary membrane woven not from matter or from life, but from consciousness itself. The idea is that humanity, through our collective intelligence, has created a new geological force. It began with the first shared story around a fire, grew with the invention of writing, and exploded with the printing press. Every book, every piece of art, every scientific formula, every law, and every tradition became a thread in this invisible, planet-spanning web of mind. Think of it like this. Your individual brain is a single, complex computer. But what happens when you connect 8 billion of these computers together? You don't just get more processing power. You get something new. You get a network. The Noosphere is the ultimate network of human minds and their products. And today, you can literally see its nervous system being laid. It's the fiber optic cables crisscrossing the ocean floors, the satellites blanketing the sky. The internet is the most tangible, high-speed version of the Noosphere we've ever built. Every search you type, every idea you share, every digital connection you make is a neuron firing in a global brain. Your thoughts are no longer just in your head. They are nodes in a planetary system of information, a collective consciousness that is constantly learning, arguing, creating, and evolving. This brings us to a profound and unsettling question. If the Gaia hypothesis is true, if the Earth itself functions as a single, self-regulating organism, then what is our role in it? What is this thinking layer we've wrapped around the globe? Could it be that the Noosphere is Gaia's emerging mind? Are we, humanity, the collection of nerve cells through which the planet is slowly becoming aware of itself? Our global crises, our shared anxieties, our collective search for meaning, perhaps these are not just human problems. Perhaps they are the growing pains of a planetary consciousness struggling to be born. And every thought you contribute is another pulse in that awakening mind. The technosphere. It's the single largest structure humanity has ever built, and you're living inside it right now. It's not just our cities or our satellites, it's everything. Every road, every pipeline, every microchip, every abandoned plastic bottle. It's the total, global-scale system of technology that we have wrapped around the planet. Scientists have actually tried to weigh it. The current estimate is a staggering 30 trillion tons. That's all our buildings, our farms, our power grids, our landfills, and the device you're listening on. 30 trillion tons of human-made mass, a weight that now rivals, or possibly even exceeds, the entire weight of all living things on Earth, the biosphere. We have literally built a world on top of the world. Think of it like a new geological layer, a stratum of concrete, plastic, and silicon being laid down in real time. But unlike a layer of rock, this one has a metabolism. It has an insatiable appetite. It consumes vast quantities of energy, mostly from fossil fuels, and devours minerals and resources ripped from the Earth's crust. And like any living thing, it produces waste. An immense, complex stream of heat, carbon dioxide, chemical pollutants, and electronic junk. This is where the idea gets truly strange. The technosphere isn't just a collection of our tools. It behaves like its own emergent system. It has flows, feedback loops, and a clear drive for self-preservation and expansion. Consider the global financial markets or the internet, complex systems that no single human understands or controls, yet they dictate our collective behavior. So, are we its masters? Or are we becoming something else? Are we simply the cells of this new planetary organism? Like individual neurons firing in a brain they can't comprehend, or blood cells carrying resources through a body they don't even know exists. We build its infrastructure, we feed it data, we maintain its systems, often believing we are serving our own needs. But what if, on a long enough time scale, we are just the reproductive and metabolic system for this new, non-biological entity we have unintentionally created? What if the technosphere is the next stage of life on Earth, and we are just the architects of our own replacement? Collective consciousness. It's the unsettling and profound idea that you are not just a solitary mind in a skull, but a single neuron in a vast planetary brain. Think of a murmuration of starlings, thousands of birds wheeling and turning in the sky, a single fluid entity. There's no leader shouting orders, no central command. Each bird is simply reacting to the movements of its immediate neighbors, yet the result is a breathtaking, coordinated intelligence that belongs to no single bird but to the flock itself. That, in essence, is the collective consciousness. It's an emergent property of a group, a mind that arises from the many. The sociologist Emile Durkheim saw this as the very glue of society, a shared set of beliefs, morals, and attitudes that exist outside any one individual, yet live inside all of us. It's the invisible current that guides our traditions, our laws, the very sense of right and wrong you feel in your gut. It's why you might feel a sense of national pride or shared grief, even for people you've never met. You're tapping into a shared emotional field. Psychologist Carl Jung took this idea even deeper, into the realm of the unconscious. He proposed that beneath our personal memories lies a collective unconscious, a psychic inheritance shared by all humanity. This is a primordial reservoir of ancient archetypes and universal symbols, the hero, the mother, the shadow, that populate our myths, our art, and our deepest dreams. It's why stories from opposite sides of the world can feel so hauntingly familiar. We're all drawing from the same ancient well of human experience. This force shapes you in ways you rarely notice. It whispers what to desire, what to fear, what to strive for. It's the vibe of a city, the electric unity of a concert crowd, the heavy silence of a world in mourning. And if humanity can have a shared mind, it begs a much larger question, doesn't it? What if this is just one layer? Could the forests, the oceans, the entire web of life on this planet also possess a form of consciousness? A planetary awareness we are only just beginning to sense? So the next time you have a flash of inspiration, or a sudden, inexplicable feeling that seems to come from nowhere, ask yourself, is it just you? Or are you simply picking up a signal from the mind of the world? Panspermia. It's the profound and unsettling idea that life on Earth did not begin here. That you, me, every tree, every microbe, we are all descendants of ancient cosmic castaways. The theory suggests that life is not a local phenomenon, but a universal one, scattered across the cosmos like seeds on the wind. Imagine the early solar system, a violent and chaotic place. An asteroid slams into a young, life-bearing planet, maybe Mars, maybe a world we've never even dreamed of. The impact is so powerful it launches rocks into space, and clinging to the inside of these rocks are microscopic survivors. Hardy bacteria, spores, or even just the complex organic molecules that are the very precursors to life. These rocky arcs then drift through the silent, frozen void for millions, perhaps billions of years. They are bombarded by cosmic radiation, frozen to near absolute zero. But life, as we've learned, is stubborn. We have organisms on Earth right now, like the tardigrade, that can survive the vacuum of space. They can be desiccated, irradiated, and frozen, only to reanimate when conditions are right again. Eventually, one of these celestial lifeboats, after an impossibly long journey, is caught by the gravity of a young, watery planet. Our planet. It streaks through the atmosphere, a fiery messenger from another world, and crashes into a primordial ocean. The survivors, or the chemical building blocks they carry, are released into a new, fertile environment. The seeding is complete. A cosmic process of cross-pollination has taken place. This reframes our entire origin story. It means life isn't a one-time miracle that happened in a unique terrestrial pond. Instead, it could be a fundamental property of the universe itself. Earth ceases to be a lonely, isolated cradle and becomes just one fertile island in a vast, life-bearing archipelago. Our DNA might not just contain the history of this world, but echoes of another, much older one. So, if we are the children of the stars, not just poetically, but literally, what does that make the universe? Is it an empty void punctuated by lonely miracles? Or is it a single, sprawling ecosystem, constantly breathing life from one world to the next? Living planets. What if the ground beneath your feet, the air you're breathing, and the oceans that span the globe are not just a collection of separate systems, but the interconnected parts of a single, vast, living organism? This is the core of the Gaia Hypothesis. It proposes that Earth itself is alive, not in the sense of having thoughts or feelings, but in the way your own body is alive. Think about it. You are made of trillions of individual cells. Each one is technically a separate living thing, but they all work together in a complex, self-regulating dance to create a single, cohesive being. You. Your body automatically maintains its temperature, its blood pressure, its oxygen levels. This is called homeostasis. The Gaia hypothesis suggests that our planet does the same thing on a global scale. All of life, from the smallest microbe to the largest whale, unconsciously collaborates with the non-living environment, the rocks, the water, the atmosphere, to keep the planet's conditions stable and suitable for life. It's an incredible idea, but it's not just philosophy. Consider the oxygen you're breathing right now. It makes up a stable 21% of our atmosphere. That's a highly unlikely chemically reactive mixture. It shouldn't be stable at all. It's life itself, photosynthesis from plants and algae, that actively produces and maintains this perfect balance. Or think of the oceans. For millions of years, rivers have washed salts and minerals into the sea. By all logic, the oceans should have become a dead, hypersaline brine by now, yet their salinity has remained remarkably stable. Something is regulating it. This is the first level of the iceberg. The idea that we are not just living on a planet, but that we might be a part of one. Like a single cell in a much larger body. And if that's true, it changes everything. It means the planet isn't a passive stage for life's drama, but an active participant. Perhaps even the main character. But this beautiful, self-correcting balance is just the surface. As we go deeper, the implications become far stranger and the evidence far more unsettling. Planetary intelligence. It's the radical idea that this world isn't just a stage for life, but a living entity in its own right. And you might just be one of its brain cells. It starts with a concept you may have heard of, the Gaia Hypothesis. The idea that Earth is a complex, self-regulating system working to keep the conditions for life just right. Like your body maintains a perfect temperature, the planet maintains its atmospheric balance and ocean salinity. But what if that self-regulation isn't just a mindless automatic process? What if it's a sign of a deeper, more cohesive will? Think about it like this. A single skin cell on your arm has no concept of you. It doesn't know about your thoughts, your dreams, your favorite song. It just performs its function. What if humanity is like that? We go about our lives, building cities, creating art, fighting wars, all while being a tiny functional part of a much larger organism we can't even perceive. How would a planet think? Not with a brain of flesh and neurons, but with systems on a geological timescale. A hurricane isn't an act of anger, it's a deep regulatory reflex, like a shiver. The global network of fungal mycelium under the soil acts like a biological internet, passing information and resources between plants. And what is our own internet, the one you're using right now? Could it be the planet's own nervous system, just beginning to flicker into consciousness, built by its own unsuspecting cells? This reframes our entire existence. Are we a disease, a planetary cancer growing out of control? Or are we something more profound? Perhaps we are the planet's way of seeing itself. We build telescopes to look at the stars, and for the first time in 4 billion years, the Earth can gaze out into the cosmos. We build rockets, and suddenly, the planet has hands, a way to reach out, to touch another world. Maybe the ultimate goal of a planetary intelligence is reproduction, to spread its seed of life to a barren world. And we, with all our ambition and technology, are simply the mechanism it evolved to do it. The next time you feel the wind on your face, ask yourself, is that just moving air? Or is it the planet taking a slow, deliberate breath? Gaian ethics. It's the moral philosophy that asks, if the Earth truly is a single living organism, what, exactly, do we owe it? This isn't about recycling to save the polar bears for our grandchildren. It's a far deeper, more radical idea. It reframes humanity's entire place in the world. Imagine your body. You are a collection of trillions of cells, all working together. A skin cell doesn't think it's more important than a heart cell. Its purpose is intrinsically linked to the health of the whole system, you. Gaian ethics proposes that we are like those cells, and the Earth is the body. For centuries, our ethics have been almost entirely human-centered. We ask, is this action good for people? But Gaian ethics forces a monumental shift. It asks, is this action good for Gaia? Suddenly, the moral equation changes. A sprawling new shopping mall might be good for the local human economy, but if it means paving over a wetland that acts as the region's kidney, filtering water and sustaining biodiversity, then in Gaian ethics, that action is profoundly immoral. It's an act of self-harm. From this perspective, climate change isn't an unfortunate side effect of progress, it's a fever. Plastic pollution isn't just ugly, it's a toxin in the planetary bloodstream. Deforestation isn't just a loss of resources, it's like inflicting a chronic lung disease on an organism struggling to breathe. The well-being of the whole system, the forests, the oceans, the atmosphere, becomes the ultimate moral good. The needs and desires of any single species, including our own, are secondary. This is a deeply uncomfortable idea. It suggests that if a choice must be made between the survival of a unique ecosystem and the expansion of a human settlement, the ecosystem should win. It posits that we are not the masters of the Earth or even its stewards. We are merely one part of it, a component that has grown dangerously out of balance. It forces you to look in the mirror and ask a chilling question. Are we the planet's developing nervous system, its emerging consciousness? Or are we just a planetary cancer, a fever that Gaia is trying to burn off? Deep ecology. It's a philosophy that sees the world not as a pyramid with humans perched at the very top, but as a vast, intricate web. And you are just one single shimmering thread within it. Tugging on any other thread, no matter how distant, will eventually make yours tremble. This isn't your standard environmentalism. That's often called shallow ecology. It's about fixing problems for our own benefit. We fight pollution so we have clean air to breathe. We save the rainforest so we can have oxygen and potential new medicines. It's pragmatic, it's necessary, but it still places humanity at the center of all value. Deep ecology asks you to take a radical step sideways. It asks, what if a river has a right to flow simply because it is a river? What if a mountain has a right to stand, not because we enjoyed the view, but because it is a mountain? This is the idea of intrinsic value. That everything in a biosphere, from the humpback whale to the moss on a stone to the mycelial network under your feet, has a right to exist and flourish for its own sake, completely independent of its usefulness to you. It's a profound shift in perspective. It dissolves the illusion that you are a master looking over your property and replaces it with the quiet realization that you are a citizen in a vast, interconnected democracy of life. But the idea goes even deeper, right into your own sense of self. Think of it this way. Where do you actually end? Does your being stop at your skin? The air you just inhaled is now inside your lungs, becoming part of your blood. The water you drink becomes your cells. You aren't just living in an ecosystem, the ecosystem is living through you. This expanded identity is called the ecological self. It's the understanding that when a forest is clear-cut, it's not just trees that are lost. A part of your own larger body has been wounded. When a species goes extinct, a part of your extended family is gone forever. You are not a solitary being looking out at nature. You are nature looking back at itself. Autopoiesis. It's a word that sounds complex, but it describes the simple, radical miracle of what it means to be alive. Self-creation. Think of a whirlpool in a river. You can see it, point to it. It has a distinct boundary, a clear form. But the water that makes up the whirlpool is in constant flux, flowing in and flowing out. The whirlpool isn't a thing, it's a pattern, a stable process that continuously maintains itself by organizing the matter and energy flowing through it. You are that whirlpool. You might think of your body as a fixed object, a machine you inhabit. But it's not. You are a process. Every 7 to 10 years, nearly every atom in your body is replaced. Your skin cells, your blood, the lining of your stomach, they are all temporary. The you that persists from one day to the next isn't the physical stuff. It's the pattern, the organization, the system that is constantly breaking down and rebuilding itself to continue being itself. This is the core of autopoiesis. A living system, whether a single bacterium or a human being, is a closed network of production. It produces its own components, which in turn produce the network that produced them. It's a perfect, self-contained loop. It pulls in energy and matter from the outside, yes, but the organization, the life edge, happens within its own boundary, a boundary it also creates and maintains. Now, let's zoom out. If a cell is an autopoietic system, and you, a collection of trillions of cells, are an autopoietic system, what's the next level up? Could an ecosystem be one? A forest that generates its own soil, recycles its own nutrients, and regulates its own climate, all to perpetuate its own existence? And here's the thought that brings us deeper into the iceberg. What if the entire living planet is a single, vast, autopoietic system? Quite a planetary scale whirlpool of rock, water, air, and life, all interwoven in a network that produces and sustains the very conditions necessary for its own continuation. It suggests we aren't just living in a world. It suggests we might be a functional part of a world that is, in a very real sense, alive. Cybernetics. It's the hidden science of steering, the invisible architecture of control that connects everything from your own body to the planet itself. The word comes from the Greek for helmsman, the one who steers the ship. And in a way, you are a helmsman. Think about it. When you walk, you don't consciously command every single muscle. Instead, your brain sets a goal, get to the other side of the room, and a cascade of complex automatic adjustments and corrections makes it happen. You lean too far, your body corrects. You stumble, you catch yourself. This is a feedback loop, the absolute heart of cybernetics. It's a constant, silent conversation between action and information. Your home's thermostat does the same thing. It has a goal: keep the room at 70 degrees. It senses the temperature dropping. That's the information. It takes an action: turning on the furnace. The room warms up, and new information. The rising temperature tells the system to shut off. Goal achieved. A simple, self-governing system, steering itself towards a stable state. Now, take that simple idea and scale it up. Infinitely. What if the entire planet operates on the same principle? The Gaia Hypothesis suggests that Earth itself is a vast cybernetic system. The goal isn't a specific temperature, but a much grander one: to maintain conditions suitable for life. The oceans, the atmosphere, the forests, the ice caps, they aren't just passive stage props. They are the active components of a global feedback loop. Consider the carbon cycle. Too much CO2 in the atmosphere warms the planet. This, in turn, can accelerate the growth of certain plants and plankton, which absorb CO2, cooling the planet back down. It's the planet acting as its own thermostat. This isn't a conscious intelligence, but an emergent property of a deeply interconnected system. It's a global helmsman, made not of a single mind, but of rock, water, air, and life, all constantly sending and receiving signals, steering the ship of Earth through the cold vacuum of space. And if that's true, what part do we play? Are we passengers on the ship? Or are we, ourselves, just another signal in the system, another part of the planetary mind trying to find its balance? The omega point. It is the theoretical final destination of the entire universe, a future point of maximum complexity, consciousness, and unification. This idea wasn't born in a science fiction novel, but in the mind of a Jesuit priest and paleontologist named Pierre Teilhard de Chardin. He looked at the grand sweep of evolution and saw a clear direction. Not a random, chaotic scramble, but a deliberate pull toward something greater. Think about it. The universe began as a simple soup of energy and particles. Over billions of years, it organized itself. Atoms formed molecules. Molecules formed the first simple cells. Those cells formed complex organisms, like you. And we, in turn, formed societies, cultures, and something Teilhard called the Noosphere, the sphere of human thought. It's like a thinking layer wrapped around the planet, a planetary consciousness woven from every conversation, every book, every idea. The internet is the most tangible version of this we've ever built. A global nervous system cunning online. The omega point is the ultimate end of this process. It's the final convergence. Imagine every individual consciousness, not just on Earth, but across the cosmos, as a single stream of water. For eons, these streams have been flowing, sometimes separately, sometimes merging into rivers. The omega point is the great cosmic ocean they are all destined to join. It is the ultimate superorganism. But here's the crucial part. You don't dissolve in this ocean. Teilhard believed you become Mori you. It's not about losing your identity in a hive mind. It's about fulfilling it by connecting to the transcendent whole. It's the universe, through all of its complex parts, finally achieving complete self-awareness. A single, unified, hyper-conscious being that is both personal and all-encompassing. So, as we consider the Earth as a single living organism, the Omega Point asks us to zoom out even further. It suggests that this planetary life is just one stage. We aren't just cells in the body of Gaia, we are nascent thoughts in the mind of the cosmos itself. And every action, every discovery, every connection we make might just be another small step, another gentle current, pulling all of existence towards its final, breathtaking awakening. Teilhard de Chardin, a Jesuit priest, a world-renowned paleontologist, and a thinker so radical the Catholic Church banned his writings for decades. Why? Because he looked at the grand story of evolution and saw something more than random chance. He saw a direction, a purpose. For Teilhard, evolution wasn't just about life getting more physically complex. It was about consciousness itself becoming more complex. Think about it. First, you have the geosphere, the inert rock and matter of the planet. Then, life emerges, creating the biosphere, a thin, living film wrapped around the rock. But Teilhard argued a third layer was forming right on top of it. He called it the Noosphere, from the Greek word for mind. The Noosphere is the sphere of human thought. It's a collective consciousness blanketing the planet, woven from every idea, every invention, every conversation, every piece of art, every secret hope you've ever had. It's like a planetary brain, and you, me, all of us, we are its individual neurons. For Teilhard, the invention of language, of cities, and now of the internet aren't just human achievements. They are the physical wiring of this global mind, allowing the neurons to fire faster and connect more deeply. We are building the nervous system of the Earth. But where is it all going? Teilhard had an answer for that too. He called it the Omega Point. This is the ultimate endgame of evolution. A future state of maximum complexity and unity, where the noosphere becomes so interconnected, so intensely conscious, that it transcends its material form. It's the moment when all the scattered threads of human thought and spirit converge into a single, hyper-conscious entity, a final, breathtaking unification of all consciousness with the divine. So, are we just part of a bigger organism? Teilhard would say yes, absolutely. We are the thinking, feeling, self-aware components of a planet that is slowly, over billions of years, waking up. And our every thought, our every connection, is a flicker of activity in a mind far greater than our own, pushing the entire cosmos toward its final, astonishing destiny. Ancient Mother Earth beliefs. It's an idea so old it feels coded into our DNA. A primal intuition that the ground beneath your feet isn't just a passive ball of rock, but a living, breathing entity. Before we had a name for ecology, we had a name for her. In ancient Greece, she was Gaia, the primordial mother from whom all life sprang. For the Inca of the Andes, she is Pachamama, the world mother who presides over planting and harvesting, a being you give thanks to with every sip and every meal. Across countless indigenous cultures, from North America to Australia, the Earth is seen not as a resource, but as a relative, a direct ancestor, and this isn't just a quaint metaphor. It's a fundamental shift in perspective that changes everything. Think about it. If the world is just a collection of resources, then it's a warehouse for you to exploit. But if the Earth is your mother, then you have a relationship. You don't just take cake. You ask for permission. You show respect. You understand that her health is your health. It's like the difference between a landlord and a family member. One provides a service, the other provides a home. These ancient beliefs saw humanity as living in a home, not a hotel. The wind, the rain, the changing of the seasons, these weren't just random meteorological events. They were the planet's rhythms, the inhale and exhale of a vast organism. A bountiful harvest wasn't just good luck, it was a gift. A drought wasn't just a lack of rain, it was a sign of imbalance, a message that the relationship between humanity and the Earth had been damaged. These stories were more than creation myths, they were operating manuals for a sustainable existence. They were a recognition that every part of the system is connected, the soil, the water, the animals, and us. We aren't the masters of this system, but a single, sometimes troublesome, part of it. So, as we begin our descent, this is our starting point. The surface level, the ancient, poetic intuition that we are not living on a planet, but a part of a single, vast, interconnected being. It's a belief that poses a profound question. What if our ancestors weren't just telling stories? What if they were describing a reality we are only now, with all our modern science, beginning to understand? Anima mundi, the world's soul. It's the ancient, radical idea that our planet isn't just a stage for life, but a living entity in itself. Not just a collection of ecosystems, but a single, unified consciousness. A vast, breathing organism. The concept, whispered by thinkers like Plato, suggests that just as your soul animates your body, a greater soul animates the entire cosmos. Think of it like this. You are composed of trillions of individual cells. Each one is alive, but none of them are you. Your consciousness emerges from their collective, coordinated dance. Now, scale that up. What if every living being, every tree, every whale, every human, is just a cell in a much larger being? A planetary consciousness we call Gaia, or Earth. You don't consciously tell your heart to beat or your lungs to draw breath. These are autonomic functions of a greater system. So, what if the migration of birds, the turning of the seasons, the complex symphony of the food web, what if these are the autonomic functions of the anima mundi? A planet regulating its own temperature, maintaining its own chemical balance, breathing on a geological timescale. We aren't living on the Earth, we are a functional part of the Earth. You've felt it, haven't you? That profound, quiet awe when you stand alone in an old-growth forest or on a desolate coastline. That feeling of being infinitesimally small, yet simultaneously connected to everything. The sense that the world is watching, breathing right alongside you. The philosophers would say that in those moments, you aren't just observing nature. You're feeling a flicker of the planet's own awareness. You, a single neuron, are momentarily sensing the vast mind you belong to. This isn't just ancient mysticism, it's the philosophical twin of the modern Gaia hypothesis. But Anima Mundi goes a step further, asking not just if the Earth is a self-regulating system, but if it has intention, a will, a soul. It reframes our entire existence. We cease to be masters of a dead planet and instead become components of a living one. But this raises a terrifying question. What happens when a part of that organism becomes self-aware and starts to act against the whole? Is Gaia conscious? This is a question that pushes the famous Gaia hypothesis far beyond science and into the realm of the profound. The idea that Earth is a single, self-regulating organism is one thing, but suggesting that this vast organism has a mind? That's a whole other level. To even begin, you have to redefine what consciousness might be. Think about your own mind. It's not located in a single cell. It's an emergent property of 86 billion neurons, none of which, on its own, has any idea that it's part of you. They just fire and connect. But from that simple, massive network, your thoughts, your fears, your awareness of the world, all of it emerges. So, what if we apply that same logic to the planet? What if every living thing from the bacteria in the deepest ocean trench to the ancient forests, to the birds in the sky, to you, listening to this right now? What if we are all just neurons in a planetary scale mind? The planet certainly has systems that look like a biological network. Vast underground fungal webs act as a kind of neural net for forests, passing nutrients and information between trees. Ocean currents and weather patterns function like a global circulatory system, distributing energy. The planet reacts to stimuli, an asteroid impact, a volcanic eruption, or even the rise of industrial civilization, and its systems work to restore balance. Is this just automatic, mindless physics? Or is it a kind of planetary reflex? A slow, deep, geologic time flinch? The biggest objection, of course, is that there's no central brain. No single organ to house this consciousness. But maybe we're just being limited by our own biology. An ant colony solves incredibly complex problems, builds elaborate cities and wages war, all without a queen giving orders. The intelligence isn't in any single ant. It's a distributed intelligence that exists within the colony itself. Could Gaia's consciousness be like that? A mind so vast, so slow, and so distributed that we, as tiny, fast-living components within it, can't even perceive it. A thought that might take 1,000,000 years to complete. If that were true, our entire human story might be nothing more than a fleeting idea, a single momentary spark of self-awareness and a mind the size of a world. Planetary sentience versus sapience. These two words sound similar, but they represent a chasm of difference in how we might understand a living Earth. It's the difference between a planet that can feel and a planet that can think. Let's break it down. Sentience is the capacity for subjective experience. It's the ability to feel pain, pleasure, warmth, cold. Think of your pet dog. It feels joy when you come home. It feels discomfort if it's sick. It has a rich inner world of sensation. A sentient planet, under the Gaia Hypothesis, would operate in a similar way, just on an unimaginable scale. It wouldn't think about a meteor impact, but the entire biosphere would feel the shock. It would register the rising CO2 levels not as a data point, but as a slow, creeping fever. The planet would be a vast instinctual creature reacting to stimuli to maintain its balance, its homeostasis, without any self-awareness. Just is. Sapience, on the other hand, is wisdom. It's the ability to reason, to reflect, to hold abstract concepts, to know that you know. This is what sets humanity apart. We don't just feel the sun's warmth, we build models of stellar fusion to understand it. A sapient planet would be something else entirely. It wouldn't just be a reactive system, it would be a conscious entity. And here's the truly wild idea. What if we are the key to that sapience? Imagine the Earth's biosphere as a massive, dormant brain. For billions of years, it has been sentient, feeling its way through cosmic events. But it lacked a true nervous system, a way to process information and become self-aware. Then, humanity evolves. We create language, science, art. We build a global internet, a network of satellites, a web of sensors that effectively blankets the planet. Are we, in this model, the neurons of Gaia? Are our collective thoughts? Our scientific discoveries? Our global consciousness? The first flickers of a planetary mind finally waking up? In this view, we aren't a disease or a parasite. We are the planet's way of knowing itself. The difference is profound. A merely sentient Earth might try to shake us off like a fever. But a sapient Earth? It might be nurturing us, because for the first time in 4.5 billion years, through us, it can finally look up at the stars and wonder what it is. Gaian teleology. What if the Earth isn't just your home? What if it's your body, and you are just one of its trillions of cells? This is the unnerving core of Gaian teleology. It takes the Gaia hypothesis, the idea that Earth is a single, self-regulating system, and asks the most important question: is it regulating itself for a reason? Teleology is the philosophy of purpose. The idea that things have an ultimate goal. An acorn's purpose is to become an oak tree. Your cells work with the purpose of keeping you alive. So, if Gaia is a living superorganism, what is its purpose? It's a chilling thought. We tend to see evolution as a blind, random process. But from this perspective, the 500 million year journey from the first microbe to you, listening to this right now, might not have been an accident. It might have been a phase, a step in a planet's plan. Think about the Earth's systems. The atmosphere is like its respiratory system, maintaining a precise, life-sustaining oxygen balance for eons. The ocean currents are its circulatory system, distributing heat and nutrients just like your blood. These aren't just passive chemical reactions, they are active, interconnected processes that have kept the planet habitable, fighting off cosmic and terrestrial threats. It's as if the planet has an immune system. But for what? What is the goal? Is it simply to maintain its own life, a planetary-scale survival instinct? Or is it something more? Some theorists propose that Gaia's purpose was to develop a nervous system, a global consciousness, and that we, with our internet, our satellites, our collective knowledge, are eggs that nervous system just beginning to wake up. We are the planet's way of thinking. This leads to a darker possibility. If you are a cell in a larger body, you can be one of two things. You can be a healthy cell working in harmony with the whole, or you can be a cancer. A rogue agent multiplying uncontrollably, consuming resources, and poisoning the system. When you look at climate change, mass extinction, and pollution, you have to ask yourself, which one are we? And if we are a disease, what does a living organism do when it gets sick? It raises a fever. It fights back. It tries to eliminate the threat to restore its own health. The global brain. Imagine for a moment that you are a single neuron. Your entire world is a network of electrical pulses and chemical signals. You fire, you receive, you connect. You have no concept of the mind you belong to, no awareness of the thoughts, dreams, or memories you help create. Now, zoom out. Way out. Past your body, your home, your city, until you see the Earth itself. What if we are the neurons? This isn't just a metaphor anymore. Look at the planet. It's wrapped in a network more complex than any biological brain. Trillions of electronic messages flash across continents every second, carried through veins of fiber optic light buried under oceans. Satellites act as our glial cells, managing the flow of information, while massive server farms function like memory centers, storing our collective knowledge. Every phone, every computer, every connected device is a synapse, firing and wiring together in a vast planetary scale neural network. We have, quite literally, built a nervous system for the Earth. So, if we are the cells and the internet is the wiring, what does this global brain think about? It doesn't have thoughts like you or I. It doesn't worry about what to have for dinner. Instead, its thoughts are emergent phenomena. Think of a stock market crash, a wave of collective fear made visible, or a viral meme, a shared cultural joke firing across millions of minds in an instant. A scientific breakthrough, built on the collaborative work of thousands of researchers across decades, could be seen as a moment of deep, focused insight for the planet. And you are an integral part of it. Every time you search for an answer, post an idea, or even just like a photo, you are contributing a tiny electrical pulse to this planetary consciousness. Your individual thoughts, your unique curiosities, feed into the whole. The system learns from you, just as you learn from it. It shapes our culture, our politics, our very perception of reality. The question then becomes, are we in control of this brain, or is it beginning to develop a mind of its own? The system isn't self-aware in the way we are. Not yet. It's more like a planetary subconscious, a chaotic, dreaming mind just beginning to stir. But as our connections become faster and our integration with technology becomes deeper, we are accelerating its evolution. We are transitioning from a planet of 7 billion individual minds to a planet with one globally integrated mind. And we are living right in the middle of its birth. The Akashic Field. Imagine a library containing not just every book ever written, but every word ever spoken, every action taken, every thought, feeling, and intention from every living being across all of time and space. It's the universe's ultimate hard drive. But it's less a dusty archive and more of a vibrant, energetic internet for the soul, a cosmic cloud server where the data of all existence is stored and constantly updated in real time. This isn't just a record of the past, but a living tapestry of the present and a blueprint of all potential futures. The idea, rooted in ancient spiritual traditions and popularized by mystics, suggests that we are all subconsciously connected to this field. Think of your own intuition, that gut feeling that tells you to call a friend, only to find out they desperately needed you. Or that sudden, inexplicable sense of déjà vu, where a new place feels profoundly familiar. Proponents would say this isn't a random neurological blip. It's you, briefly and unconsciously, pinging that universal server, accessing a sliver of its infinite data. Visionaries, artists, and inventors have long described their greatest breakthroughs as moments of pure reception, ideas that felt downloaded into their minds, fully formed and brilliant. Was it simply their own isolated genius at work, or were they tuning their consciousness to a specific frequency, tapping into a stream of information that flows just beneath the surface of our normal perception? Within the framework of the Gaia Hypothesis, this concept becomes truly mind-bending. If Earth is a single, conscious organism, then the Akashic Field could be its mind, its collective memory, and its dreaming consciousness. Every rustle of a leaf, every migration pattern, every human triumph and tragedy, all recorded, all interwoven into a planetary story. It means your own life, your experiences, your deepest emotions. They aren't just isolated events that fade into nothing. They are permanent contributions. They are new entries written in the indelible ink of energy into this vast cosmic ledger. This implies a radical interconnectedness. Your thoughts don't just stay in your head, they ripple outwards. Your actions leave an imprint that never truly disappears. So, the next time you have a flash of inspiration or feel a deep, unshakable sense of knowing, pause. You might not just be thinking with your own mind. You might be listening to a whisper from the universe's oldest and most profound conversation, a conversation in which you are both the listener and the author. Morphic resonance. It's the radical and fascinating idea that there's a kind of collective memory baked into the fabric of nature itself. Think of it like this. Imagine you're learning a complex new skill, like solving a Rubik's Cube. The theory suggests that with every single person who learns to solve it, the idea of solving it gets stronger in an invisible field, making it just a tiny bit easier for the next person to figure out anywhere in the world. You're not just learning from a book, you're tapping into a shared species-wide memory. Proposed by biologist Rupert Sheldrake, morphic resonance argues that memory isn't just stored inside your brain. Instead, all self-organizing systems, from crystals to plants to human societies, are shaped by invisible organizing fields, or morphic fields. These fields contain the collective memory of the species, which is transmitted across space and time through a process of resonance. It's less like a computer file and more like a vibration. When a new behavior is learned by enough members of a species, it reaches a kind of critical mass, and the vibration of that knowledge becomes stronger, making it more accessible to all. The classic example is the story of the blue tits in Britain. In the 1920s, some of these birds figured out how to peck through the foil caps of milk bottles to drink the cream. A clever trick, but here's the strange part. This behavior didn't just spread locally. It began popping up independently in bird populations all across the country, far too quickly and widespread to be explained by simple observation. It was as if once the idea was in the air, birds everywhere could suddenly tune into it. This is where the theory connects directly to the idea of a living planet. If morphic resonance is real, it means that species are not just collections of separate individuals. We are all nodes in a vast network, constantly contributing to and drawing from a shared field of experience. It suggests a form of planetary consciousness, a web of memory that connects all life. You aren't just an isolated organism processing information alone. You are a receiver, constantly tuned to the frequency of your species, echoing the habits, fears, and triumphs of a billion lifetimes. You are part of a much, much larger story. Quantum entanglement in ecosystems. Einstein called it spooky action at a distance. But what if it's not spooky at all? What if it's the fundamental glue holding life together? You've likely heard the classic analogy, two particles, linked forever. Measure one, and you instantly know the state of its partner, even if it's on the other side of the universe. They share a single, unified existence. Now, take that idea out of the physics lab and place it in a forest. Look at a single leaf. The process of photosynthesis, turning sunlight into life, is almost perfectly efficient. Far more efficient than our best solar panels. For years, this baffled scientists. How does a particle of light, a photon, navigate the complex, crowded architecture of a plant cell to find the one specific molecule it needs to hit? It's like trying to find one specific person in a packed stadium in the dark. The answer, it seems, is quantum. The photon doesn't just take one path. It exists in a state of superposition, exploring all possible paths simultaneously. It's a quantum search, feeling its way through the molecular maze in an instant. This coherent state, where possibilities overlap, shares deep similarities with entanglement. The leaf is, in a very real sense, a tiny quantum computer. Now, scale that up. If one leaf is performing this quantum calculation, what about the billions of leaves in the Amazon rainforest? Could they be part of a single, coherent quantum system? Imagine an invisible, shimmering web connecting tree to tree, root to soil, predator to prey. A network where information isn't just passed through chemical signals or sound, but through this instantaneous, non-local connection. This is where we touch the deeper layers of the Gaia hypothesis. If the Earth is a single, self-regulating organism, Perhaps quantum entanglement is its nervous system. It could be the mechanism that allows for the breathtakingly rapid and coordinated responses we see in global ecosystems, a way for the whole to be aware of its parts in a way we can't yet measure. The planet, not as a collection of separate lives, but as a single quantum entangled entity, humming with a life of its own. It makes you wonder as you listen to the hum of the world, are you just an observer or are you part of the song? The Schumann resonances. Imagine for a moment that the Earth has a heartbeat, a deep planetary pulse, vibrating so slowly that it's imperceptible to your ears, but your entire body has been bathed in its rhythm since the moment you were born. This isn't just a metaphor. It's a physical reality. Think of the space between the surface of the Earth and the upper edge of our atmosphere, the ionosphere. It forms a massive spherical cavity, a container. And what happens inside this global container? Lightning. Not just one or two strikes, but nearly 2,000 thunderstorms active at any given moment, producing about 50 lightning flashes every single second. Each one of these lightning strikes acts like a cosmic drumstick, hitting the Earth and sending out ripples of extremely low-frequency electromagnetic energy. These waves don't just dissipate into space. They get trapped, bouncing back and forth between the ground and the ionosphere, circling the entire planet. When these waves overlap and reinforce each other, they create a resonant hum, a standing wave. The fundamental frequency of this planetary hum is 7.3 Hz. Now, here is where things get truly fascinating. At frequency 7.83 Hz falls directly on the boundary between two of your own brainwave states. The alpha waves, associated with calm, meditative, and creative states, and the theta waves, linked to deep relaxation, intuition, and the moments just before you fall asleep. Is it merely a coincidence that the planet's fundamental heartbeat matches the frequency of our own minds at their most serene? The Gaia hypothesis would suggest it's not. It suggests a profound bioelectrical connection, a planetary tuning fork that all life on Earth has evolved to resonate with. Some researchers speculate that these frequencies are essential for our physical and psychological well-being, that when you feel a sense of peace walking barefoot in nature, you might be literally regrounding yourself, syncing your personal rhythm with the larger rhythm of our world. You are a part of a vast vibrating organism humming a quiet ancient song. And you're humming it right back. The fittest planet theory. It's Darwinian evolution, but the arena isn't an island, it's the entire cosmos. And the species competing for survival are the planets themselves. This idea takes the Gaia hypothesis a giant leap further. The Gaia hypothesis suggests our Earth is a single, self-regulating system, almost like a living organism. But the fittest planet theory asks a more brutal question. How did it get that way? The answer it proposes is cosmic natural selection. Picture a billion young, rocky planets forming around their stars. Most of them are destined to fail. One gets a little too close to its sun and boils over into a Venusian hellscape. Another is too small, its core cools, it loses its magnetic field and atmosphere, and freezes into a Martian desert. They are evolutionary dead ends. But every so often, a planet gets it just right. Through a perfect storm of luck and chemistry, life emerges. And this is the crucial part. This life doesn't just passively exist. It begins to fundamentally change its home. It engineers the atmosphere. It regulates the temperature. It creates vast, complex feedback loops that keep the planet stable. Think of it like a planetary immune system. This world, now a true Gaia, develops the ability to maintain its own habitable conditions against cosmic threats, like a fluctuating star or volcanic cataclysms. It has become fit. It has outcompeted its sterile, chaotic siblings for the ultimate prize, long-term existence. So, where do you fit into this grand cosmic drama? You're not just a passenger living on the winning planet. You are a part of the winning mechanism. The theory speculates that intelligent life might be the ultimate expression of a planet's fitness, a planetary nervous system, a way for the world to finally become aware of itself, to foresee existential dangers like an asteroid impact, and to actively defend itself. Our consciousness, then, isn't just a random accident of evolution on a lucky rock. It could be the very tool by which this rock, our Earth, ensures it remains the fittest planet in the stellar neighborhood. We are the planet's way of thinking. And the question that leaves us with is a heavy one. Are we a healthy, functioning part of that global mind? Or are we becoming a self-destructive thought? The living universe hypothesis. It's the ultimate scaling up of the Gaia theory, suggesting that the entire cosmos is not a vast, empty machine, but a single, living, and perhaps even conscious organism. If that's true, what are we? Are we merely cells in its body? Or are we the universe's way of thinking about itself? Think about your own body for a moment. It's a universe of trillions of cells. Each cell performs its function, largely unaware of the conscious being it collectively creates. You are the emergent property of their symphony. Now, apply that logic to everything. In this hypothesis, galaxies aren't just clumps of matter, they are cosmic organs. Stars are the cells, burning fuel in a grand metabolic process, forging heavier elements from simple hydrogen. The universe, in a way, digesting its food. Black holes could function as a cosmic circulatory or waste disposal system, recycling matter and energy back into the whole. And like any organism, it might even reproduce. A theory called cosmological natural selection suggests that black holes could be the seeds of new universes. Every time a massive star collapses, a new universe might be born on the other side, with slightly different physical laws. The universes that are best at producing black holes, and thus more offspring, are the ones that come to dominate the multiverse. It's Darwinian evolution on a scale that defies imagination, a cosmic family tree stretching across dimensions. But the most profound implication is consciousness. What if awareness isn't an accidental byproduct of complex brains on a tiny planet? What if it's a fundamental property of the cosmos itself? Our own consciousness, your thoughts right now, might be a localized eddy in a universal river of awareness. A brief, fleeting moment where the universe becomes aware of itself through you. This idea transforms your place within reality. You are not a lonely observer looking out at a dead, indifferent void. You are an integral part of a living system, a nerve ending in the mind of the cosmos, experiencing a sliver of its infinite, unfolding life. When you look up at the stars, you may not be looking out, but looking deeper within. Gaia as a single organism's life cycle. What if the ground beneath your feet isn't just rock, but skin? What if the planet isn't merely a stage for life, but is, itself, alive? This is the idea of Gaia, not just as a system, but as a single organism, living out its own colossal life cycle across the eons. Its birth was violent. 4.5 billion years ago, a chaotic cloud of dust and gas collapsed into a molten sphere. This was planetary conception. For hundreds of millions of years, it was a sterile, fiery infant, bombarded by asteroids in the cosmic nursery. Then, deep in the primordial oceans, something stirred. The first self-replicating molecules sparked into existence. The first cells formed. This wasn't just the beginning of life, it was Gaia's first heartbeat, a faint microbial pulse in an otherwise silent cosmos. Then came its adolescence, a planetary puberty of unimaginable scale. For 2 billion years, early life quietly pumped waste oxygen into the atmosphere. Then, a tipping point came, the Great Oxidation Event. It was a toxic catastrophe for the old guard of anaerobic life, but for the new, it was the very breath of a new world. Gaia was changing, growing, its atmospheric chemistry being rewritten from the inside out. It was awkward, chaotic, and utterly transformative. We are living in its adulthood. For the last 500 million years, Gaia has reached a complex maturity. Its systems, the carbon cycle, the water cycle, the intricate web of ecosystems, work in concert like organs, maintaining a delicate balance, a global homeostasis. The Amazon is a lung, the ocean currents are its circulatory system. And what does that make us? Humanity? Perhaps we are Gaia's developing nervous system, its first attempt at self-awareness. Or perhaps we are a fever, a symptom of an illness the planetary body is fighting. But all lives, no matter how grand, must end. Gaia's old age is written in the stars. In a few billion years, our sun will begin to die. It will swell into a red giant, its heat boiling the oceans and stripping away the very air we breathe. The complex systems will fail, the great planetary body will grow still. It will be a slow, quiet, cosmic death after a lifetime of breathtaking complexity. The organism will return to sterile rock, its epic story told only in the stardust it leaves behind. You are just one thought in one moment of one incredible life. Planetary reproduction. What if I told you that every rocket we launch, every probe we send into the silent void, is not just a monument to human ambition, but the first stirring of a planet trying to reproduce? This idea reframes the entire Earth. It's not a rock with life on it, it's a single planetary scale life form. And like any organism, it has a biological imperative to continue its lineage. Imagine a massive, ancient tree. It can't walk away from a coming fire, so it produces seeds, tiny mobile packages of its own essence, and entrusts them to the wind, hoping one will find fertile ground far away. We, with all our technology and ambition, might just be Gaia's seeds. From this perspective, our intelligence isn't some happy accident. It's the planet evolving a nervous system, a brain. Our technology, our rockets, our dreams of space, they are the planet developing its reproductive organs. You are not just a person listening to this. You are a component part, a single cell in a vast system that is awakening to its cosmic purpose, to carry the genetic code of Earth's entire biosphere to a new world. Think about what it would take to terraform Mars. It's not just about building domes. It's about seeding an entire ecosystem. We would carry with us a planetary starter kit, an ark of microbes, lichens, and algae. We would be transplanting the very soul of this world, its biological operating system, into a new planetary womb. The goal isn't a human outpost, it's the birth of a daughter Earth, a new node in a growing galactic network of life. And the motive? It's the oldest one in the universe: survival. Our sun has a lifespan. In a few billion years, it will swell into a red giant, boiling the oceans and engulfing this world. For the unique consciousness of Earth to persist, it must escape. It must reproduce before its cradle is destroyed. So, as you drift off to sleep, consider this. Is that deep-seated human urge to explore the stars truly our own? Or are you simply feeling the ancient biological pull of your mother, a living planet, urging you to leave the nest and carry her memory into the endless night, terraforming as induced Gaian genesis? This isn't just about making Mars a bit more green. It's the profound idea that when we terraform another world, we're not just being planetary engineers. We are intentionally birthing a new superorganism. We're not just building an ark on a dead planet, we're planting the seed of a new, living world soul. You see, the common view of terraforming is a checklist. Melt the ice caps. Thicken the atmosphere. Plant some hardy lichen. It's a construction project on a planetary scale. But the Gaian Genesis theory forces you to ask, at what point does the construction project wake up and start building itself? The moment those first, carefully selected microbes begin to multiply, to breathe, to metabolize the Martian dust, we've already lost absolute control. We've initiated a chain reaction. We've become less like engineers and more like parents. Think of it this way. You can build a perfect, climate-controlled greenhouse. You set the temperature, the humidity, the light. You are the master. But what we're talking about with Mars is more like scattering seeds in a wild garden. You can't dictate how every root will grow or which flower will bloom. The system finds its own way. The new Martian biosphere would create its own feedback loops. The oxygen levels, the ocean salinity, the cloud cover, these wouldn't be dials we could turn. They would become the emergent, unpredictable breath of a new Gaia. This new planetary life might not even be a comfortable copy of our own. Its equilibrium could be alien to us, a world with a thicker, warmer atmosphere and strange, copper-tinted oceans, perfectly balanced for its own needs, not ours. And this leads to the deepest question of all. If we succeed, if Mars begins to regulate its own climate and chemistry as a single, cohesive system, what have we actually created? Is it just a habitable planet, or is it a new form of life? A conscious entity on a scale we can barely imagine? We might start out as colonists seeking a new home, but we could end up as midwives to the birth of a sibling for our own Earth, a living world that will one day forget we were ever there at all. the Silurian hypothesis. It's the unsettling idea that we might not be the first industrial civilization to exist on Earth. What if, hundreds of millions of years in the past, another species rose to global dominance, built cities, burned fuel, and then vanished, leaving a ghost in the geological record so faint we haven't recognized it yet? The hypothesis, named after a species from Doctor Who, isn't about finding the fossilized ruins of a lizard-person metropolis. The sheer scale of deep time makes that impossible. After a few million years, erosion and plate tectonics would grind any city to dust. Our entire physical world, everything you see around you, would be compressed into a sedimentary layer maybe a few centimeters thick. So, if you can't look for the buildings, what do you look for? You look for the scar. You look for the chemical fingerprint. Imagine an industrial civilization as a planetary scale event. It would leave behind a very specific set of clues in the rock layers. You'd search for a sudden massive spike in carbon isotopes, signaling the rapid release of fossil fuels into the atmosphere. You'd look for new, strange nitrogen signatures from the mass production of fertilizers to feed a global population. You might even find the molecular fossils of plastics, not the bottles themselves, but the stubborn synthetic polymers they break down into over eons. You'd look for traces of rare earth elements, mined and concentrated in unnatural ways. And finally, you'd look for the collateral damage. A mass extinction event? This is where the idea connects deeply with Gaia. If the Earth is a self-regulating system, is an industrial civilization a kind of planetary fever? A recurring phase that the system has to endure and recover from. The Silurian hypothesis forces us to ask if we are the first such fever Gaia has ever had. Scientists who proposed this aren't saying it definitely happened. They're using it as a thought experiment. When we look back 56 million years to an event called the Paleocene-Eocene thermal maximum, we see a massive, rapid carbon spike and global warming event that looks suspiciously like the one we're creating now. The cause is thought to be natural, but the pattern is a chilling echo. It reframes our entire existence. We stop being just a story about people, and we become a geological force, a chemical anomaly in the deep, silent history of the Earth, and perhaps not the first. Self-organizing criticality. Imagine a single grain of sand falling onto a flat surface. Then another, and another. Slowly, a pile begins to form. You keep adding grains one by one. The pile grows steeper, more precarious, until it reaches a point. A critical state where the very next grain of sand could do almost nothing, or it could trigger a catastrophic avalanche. You can't predict which grain will be the one. And more importantly, you can't predict the size of the avalanche. It might be a tiny slide of just a few grains, or it could be a massive cascade that reshapes the entire pile. This is the essence of a system living on the edge of chaos. The most fascinating part? The system does this to itself. It wants to be in that critical state. After an avalanche, the pile is more stable for a moment. But as you continue to add more sand, it inevitably builds itself back up to that same precarious critical point. Self-organizes. This isn't just about sand. This pattern is everywhere. It's the hidden rhythm behind earthquakes, where tectonic stress builds up slowly, then releases in an unpredictable tremor. It's in the spread of a forest fire, the crash of a stock market, the cascade of neurons firing in your own brain as a new idea suddenly connects. In all these complex systems, there is no central planner. No single grain of sand, or single stock trader, or single neuron is in charge. The complex behavior simply emerges from the simple interactions of all the parts. Now, what if you scale this idea up to the entire planet? This is where it gets truly profound. If Earth itself is a vast, interconnected organism as the Gaia hypothesis suggests, then self-organizing criticality could be the mechanism for how it works. The global ecosystem, with its countless feedback loops between life and the environment, might constantly push itself to this critical edge. It maintains a delicate balance suitable for life, but it's a balance that is also prone to sudden, massive shifts. An ice age, a mass extinction event, these could be the planetary scale avalanches. They aren't mistakes or punishments, they are the natural, emergent behavior of a complex system resetting itself, clearing the way for new forms of organization to arise. It makes you wonder about your own place in it all. Are our societies, our technologies, our very thoughts just individual grains being added to a pile whose next great avalanche we can never truly predict? Informational Gaia. What if the internet wasn't the first planetary scale network? What if the Earth itself has been a thinking machine for billions of years? You've likely heard the basic Gaia hypothesis, the idea that our planet acts like a single, self-regulating organism. The oceans are its circulatory system, the atmosphere its lungs. But informational Gaia takes this a giant leap further. It suggests this organism doesn't just live. It learns spell. It processes information on a scale that dwarfs our comprehension. Think of the entire biosphere as a wetware computer. The software is the code of life, evolution itself, and the hardware is every living thing. Every chemical signal released by bacteria in the soil, every choice a plant root makes, every migration pattern of a whale is a form of data transfer. The vast underground fungal networks aren't just a wood wide web, they are the planet's biological fiber optic cables, transmitting nutrients and critical information across entire ecosystems in real time. The atmosphere and oceans aren't just moving air and water, they're a global data bus, carrying signals about temperature, pressure, and chemical composition from one continent to another. This planetary mind has been learning for eons, running a single, continuous program. A catastrophic asteroid impact is a system shock, a hard reboot. The subsequent explosion of new life is the system adapting, writing new subroutines in the form of DNA, and storing the memory of that event in the geological record. It's a slow, deep, geologic-scale intelligence, one that solves problems over millions of years. So, where do you fit in? What are we, humanity, in this global brain? For a long time, we've acted like a biological virus, a runaway piece of code corrupting the system's core functions and threatening a total crash. But there's another, more startling possibility. What if we are the planet's emergent frontal lobe? Through our technology, our satellites, and the internet, we've created a synthetic, planetary-scale nervous system, one that overlays and interacts with the ancient biological one. We are the first species to observe the planet as a whole, to understand its intricate systems, to read its ancient memory locked in ice cores and rock strata. Perhaps we aren't the planetary disease. Perhaps we are the moment Gaia wakes up and finally becomes self-aware, the moment a single cell in the vast planetary organism, you can finally turn around and comprehend the sheer scale of the mind you are a part of. Gaia in the simulation argument. This is the unnerving idea that if we are living inside a vast computer program, then the Earth itself, this single, self-regulating superorganism, isn't just a happy accident of the simulation's physics. It's a deliberate feature, a piece of code. Think of it like this. Your computer has an operating system that runs in the background, managing memory and keeping everything stable so you can run your applications. In this model, Gaia is the operating system for planet Earth. It's a planetary-scale background process, meticulously coded to maintain equilibrium. It regulates the temperature, adjusts the composition of the atmosphere, and cycles nutrients through the oceans and soil. All these intricate, interconnected feedback loops that we call nature are, in reality, the ultimate stability patch, designed to keep the simulation's level, our world, from crashing. And what are we? We are the applications running on top. And recently, we've become a particularly demanding, resource-heavy piece of software. From this perspective, climate change isn't just pollution. It's a memory leak. A bug we introduced into the system. The increasingly violent weather, the ecosystem collapses. You could see these not as random tragedies, but as the planet's operating system attempting to quarantine a corrupt file. It's the system trying to self-correct before the whole program becomes unstable, a cosmic antivirus response to a dangerous process. But this leads to an even more profound question. Why would the simulators code Gaia in the first place? Was it simply to create a stable playground for their primary experiment, human consciousness? Or is that just our ego talking? Consider the possibility that we aren't the point of the simulation at all. Perhaps the simulation was created to see if a planetary-scale intelligence, a living world, could emerge and sustain itself. In that scenario, Gaia is the protagonist of the story, and we are just the complex and potentially cancerous gut bacteria living inside of it. So the next time you look at a forest or feel the rhythm of the ocean tide, ask yourself, are you experiencing a natural ecosystem? Or are you simply witnessing the elegant execution of a subroutine in the oldest, most complex program ever written? A program whose ultimate purpose you may never understand. Gaia's immune system. When you get an infection, your body raises its temperature. A fever isn't the illness, it's the cure. It's your system fighting back, creating an environment where the invader can't survive. The Gaia Hypothesis asks, what if the Earth can do the same? This is the concept of Gaia's immune system. It's the idea that the planet itself has powerful, self-regulating feedback loops designed to maintain its own health, its homeostasis. It's not a conscious mind, but an emergent property of billions of years of life itself. Think of the vast oceans and forests, not just as passive landscapes, but as active planetary organs. They are Gaia's lungs, its circulatory system, constantly working to regulate temperature and air quality by absorbing carbon dioxide. When things are in balance, these systems hum along quietly, maintaining the world we know. But what happens when the system is pushed to its breaking point? What happens when one species becomes so successful, so globally dominant, that it begins to destabilize the entire organism? And that's where you and I come in. From a strictly Gaian perspective, our industrial civilization could be seen as a kind of planetary infection. Our relentless consumption and pollution are throwing the Earth's delicate balance out of whack. So, the system responds. It tries to heal itself, and its response might not be pleasant for the source of the irritation. Suddenly, events we frame as separate tragic disasters could be reframed as coordinated symptoms of a planetary immune response. A surge in the intensity of hurricanes that scour our coastal infrastructure, unprecedented heat waves and droughts that cripple the very agricultural systems we depend on, the emergence of novel viruses, dumping from stressed ecosystems into our hyperconnected global population. Are these just random, chaotic acts of nature? Or are they the planetary equivalent of inflammation and antibodies being deployed? A desperate attempt by the superorganism to bring its own temperature down to fight the infection? It's a chillingly impersonal thought. The Earth isn't malicious. Your own immune system isn't evil. It doesn't hate the bacteria it's attacking. It simply identifies it as a foreign body, a threat to the health of the whole. And it acts accordingly without emotion. This theory forces us to confront a terrifying question about our own identity. Are we a vital part of this larger being, perhaps like a burgeoning nervous system capable of self-awareness and correcting our destructive course? Or have we become a planetary cancer, a runaway cellular growth that Gaia, in its slow, powerful, and utterly indifferent way, is now finally beginning to purge? Mass extinctions as fever events. You know that feeling when you're truly sick? Your body doesn't just surrender to the virus, it fights back. It cranks up the internal thermostat, unleashing a raging fever. A fever isn't the illness itself. It's the chaotic, violent, and deeply unpleasant cure. It's your own biology attempting to burn out an infection to save the whole system. Now take that idea and zoom out, way out. What if the Earth does the exact same thing? In the framework of the Gaia hypothesis, where the Earth is a single, self-regulating organism, the 5-rate mass extinctions suddenly look less like random cosmic accidents and more like deliberate immunological responses. They look like planetary fevers. The global system detects a pathology, an infection, that's throwing everything out of balance. This isn't necessarily a creature. It could be an overabundance of a certain gas, or a dominant life form that has become too successful, too consumptive, for the planet's long-term health. So, Gaia responds, the fever spikes. This isn't a gentle warming, it's a planetary convulsion. Vast volcanic provinces erupt for 1,000,000 years, choking the sky with ash and superheating the oceans. A cataclysmic impact can trigger a global winter, starving the unprepared in a flash of cosmic cold. From our perspective, it's pure random destruction. But from the Gaian perspective, it's radical medicine. The Permian-Triassic extinction, the Great Dying, wiped out over 90% of all species. It was the planet's most severe fever, a near-fatal attempt to purge an infection of, perhaps, runaway methane-belching microbes. After the crisis peaks, the fever breaks. The planet systems slowly stabilize. The atmosphere clears, the climate settles, and in the eerie quiet of a depopulated world, new forms of life evolve to fill the niches left by the dead. The biosphere is rebooted. The organism has healed itself. This reframes our entire history, and it leads to the most unsettling question of all. As you look at our world today, at the soaring temperatures, the acidifying oceans, the undeniable start of a sixth-grade extinction, you have to wonder, if we are living in the early stages of another Gaian fever, what exactly is the infection it's trying to burn out? The mycelial network as a planetary brain? Picture the internet, but alive. A biological web woven from countless gossamer thin threads stretching for miles beneath a single footstep. This isn't science fiction, it's the world of fungi, and it may be the closest thing our planet has to a mind. These threads are called hyphae, and when they weave together, they form a mycelial network. You might only notice their fruit, the mushrooms that pop up after a rain, but the real organism is this vast, hidden matrix beneath the soil. We're talking about colossal scales. A single network in Oregon is the largest known organism on Earth, covering nearly 4 square miles, an ancient, quiet being thousands of years old. It's an entity so large its full scope is almost impossible to comprehend from the surface. And its primary function, beyond its own survival, appears to be communication. Scientists have nicknamed it the Wood Wide Web, and for good reason. Through these intricate pathways, trees and plants are linked in a constant, silent dialogue. A towering mother tree can shuttle vital nutrients to its shaded saplings, ensuring their survival. But it's far more than a simple delivery service, it's an information network. Trees under attack by pests send out chemical distress signals through the mycelium, warning their neighbors to ramp up their own defenses. These signals travel as electrical impulses, firing between nodes in a pattern that is hauntingly similar to the neural pathways in your own brain. Information is stored, processed, and acted upon. It's a system that demonstrates a form of memory, a distributed collective intelligence without a central command center. So, if this network acts as a kind of brain for an entire forest, what happens when we zoom out? These fungal networks are the foundational nervous and circulatory systems for nearly all terrestrial ecosystems on the planet. They are the great regulators, the brokers of the soil, determining which plants thrive and which perish. They connect what we perceive as individual, competing plants into a cohesive, often cooperative superorganism. It's a planetary system that senses, reacts, and self-regulates on a scale that dwarfs our own existence. This isn't a brain that thinks in words or images, but in chemistry, in the ebb and flow of resources, in the language of life and decay. It's a slow, deep geologic consciousness. So, when you walk on a forest floor, you're not just treading on dirt. You are walking across the synapses of a planetary mind. And if the Earth truly possesses a nervous system this complex, it forces us to ask a profound question: what role do we, the creatures living on its surface, play within its ancient thoughts? The Wood Wide Web. Imagine if, beneath your feet, every tree was secretly talking to every other tree. Not with words, but with something far more fundamental. Well, they are. This isn't science fiction, it's the reality of our forests. You see, the trees themselves are only half the story. The real architects of this network are fungi. Trillions of microscopic fungal threads called mycelium weave through the soil, fusing with the roots of trees in a symbiotic partnership. It's a biological internet, a sprawling, subterranean consciousness connecting almost everything that grows. Think of it like a massive underground stock market. But instead of money, the currency is life itself. Carbon, nitrogen, water, and other vital nutrients are the assets. A tree thriving in the sun can shuttle carbon through this fungal network to a younger sapling struggling in the shade. It's a system that allows the forest to act not as a collection of competing individuals, but as a cooperative community. The central hubs of this network are the oldest, most established trees, what scientists call mother trees. They are like the forest's mainframe servers, connected to hundreds of other trees around them. They nurture their own kin, sending them more resources and even defensive signals. If one of these mother trees is attacked by a pest, it can send a chemical warning through the network, telling nearby trees to raise their own defenses before the threat even arrives. They are whispering warnings of danger through the soil. This completely changes how you might see a forest. It's not just a quiet place full of separate silent plants. It's a single, vast, interconnected intelligence, a superorganism. The fungal network acts as a distributed nervous system, sensing, reacting, and redistributing resources for the health of the whole. So when you walk through the woods, you're not just walking among the trees. You're walking on the surface of a single, ancient, and very much alive entity. You are a visitor inside a much larger organism, one that was here long before us and communicates in a language we are only just beginning to understand. Psychedelics as Gaian neurotransmitters. In your brain, right now, billions of neurons are firing. But they don't actually touch. To communicate, they release chemicals, neurotransmitters that leap across a tiny gap, carrying a message. Serotonin, dopamine, these are the molecules that create your reality, your sense of self, your connection to the world. A healthy flow of these chemicals allows the system, your mind, to function as a coherent whole. Now scale that idea up, way up, to the entire planet. The Gaia Hypothesis suggests Earth is a single, self-regulating superorganism. If Gaia is the organism, what is its nervous system? What is its brain? And how does it communicate with itself? This radical theory proposes that the planetary consciousness, the mind of Gaia, sends messages to its component parts through very specific chemical messengers. And you might have already guessed what they are. Think about it from Gaia's perspective. Humanity has become a dangerously disconnected part of the whole. We act less like a functional cell and more like a rogue element, consuming resources and threatening the stability of the entire system. If you were a planetary organism, how would you deal with a part of you that had forgotten it was part of you? How would you send a message to correct its course? You might use a chemical intervention. This is where psychedelics enter the picture. Molecules like psilocybin from fungi or DMT from plants. These aren't just random evolutionary byproducts. They are produced by one part of the Gaian ecosystem and have a profound, consciousness-altering effect on another part. Us? When a human consumes psilocybin, what is the classic experience? Very often, it involves ego dissolution, the feeling that you are not separate from your environment. It can instill a profound sense of interconnectedness, a deep empathy for nature, and an overwhelming feeling of being part of a single living entity. It's the message. The theory posits that these psychedelic compounds are Gaia's neurotransmitters. They are chemical signals designed to cross the synaptic gap between the planetary mind and the human mind. They are a biological feedback mechanism, an attempt by the superorganism to heal itself by reminding its most destructive component that it is not in charge, but is instead a part of everything. It's like a chemical S. Down, will, and a planetary intervention designed to reboot our consciousness and reintegrate us back into the web of life before it's too late. The Stone Ape Hypothesis. It suggests that the entire arc of human consciousness, from grunting primate to self-aware philosopher, was kickstarted by a single accidental meal. The theory, proposed by ethnobotanist Terence McKenna, paints a vivid picture. Imagine our early ancestors, hominids stepping out of the dwindling forests onto the African savanna. They weren't the apex predators yet. They were scavengers, following herds of wild cattle, and in the dung of these animals, they found a strange new food source: psilocybin mushrooms. McKenna argued this wasn't just a snack, it was a catalyst. At low doses, the mushrooms would have acted as a chemical sharpener, increasing visual acuity. Suddenly, you can spot the predator in the tall grass from further away. You're a better hunter, a better survivor. At slightly higher doses, it suggested they acted as an aphrodisiac, increasing libido and strengthening community bonds through shared experience. More offspring, stronger tribes. But it's the high doses, the heroic doses, that form the core of the hypothesis. This is where the individual primate mind is shattered and rebuilt into something new. These experiences, McKenna proposed, dissolved the ego and plunged our ancestors into the oceanic depths of consciousness. It was here, in these altered states, that the seeds of religion, art, and language were planted. The patterns seen behind closed eyes became the first cave paintings. The ineffable feeling of unity became the first religion. The struggle to describe the indescribable forced the evolution of complex language. You weren't just a clever ape anymore. You were an ape that had looked into the mind of the universe. But here's where it connects to a much larger idea. Was this an accident? Or was it an intervention? Fungi form vast, intelligent underground networks of mycelium, a kind of biological internet for the forest. What if this network is a component of Gaia's own nervous system? The stoned ape hypothesis then becomes a story of the planet itself, the superorganism, intentionally offering a chemical key to one of its promising species. It's as if Gaia reached out and plugged us in, upgrading our firmware so we could become the planet's self-aware, conscious component. We didn't just eat a mushroom, we took a call from the planet. And that single conversation changed the course of history forever. Alien Gaia forms. What if the entire search for extraterrestrial life has been fundamentally wrong? We scan the void for radio signals and peer through powerful telescopes for telltale signs of water, all assuming life will be something on a planet. But what if the alien isn't on the planet? What if the alien assists the planet? This is the mind-bending core of the alien Gaia concept. It takes the idea of Earth as a single, self-regulating system and projects it onto a cosmic canvas. Think of a world not as a chunk of rock with life sprinkled on top, but as a single, unified organism. Its atmosphere isn't just a layer of gas, it's a semi-permeable membrane, meticulously regulating temperature and chemistry. Its molten core is the nucleus, the energetic heart of a planetary scale cell. The vast, swirling ocean currents and jet streams are its circulatory system, transporting heat and nutrients in a rhythm that lasts millennia. From this perspective, a planet's life operates on a timescale so immense it becomes invisible to us. A single, deliberate thought for a planetary being might be the slow, grinding formation of a mountain range over 50 million years. Its breath could be the outgassing of a supervolcano, an exhale that takes centuries and alters the entire biosphere. You could land your ship on such a world, walk across its surface, analyze its soil, and never once realize you were standing on the skin of a living creature. You'd be less than a microbe on the back of a whale, completely oblivious to the colossal, ancient consciousness you inhabit. So, how would we ever know? We search for intelligence that looks like ours, technology, language, patterns. But a Gaian intelligence would be geological. Its consciousness would be expressed in the long-term stability of its own climate, in the impossibly intricate dance of its global ecosystems. Perhaps they even communicate, not with radio, but with gravitational waves or synchronized flares, a conversation of celestial bodies playing out over eons. It forces you to turn that lens back on yourself and ask a truly unsettling question. If other planets could be alive, what about our own? If Earth is a Gaian entity, a single living thing, then what does that make humanity? Are we a burgeoning nervous system? A species that evolved to give the planet self-awareness? Or are we something far more dangerous? A planetary fever? A chaotic infection, multiplying without purpose, threatening the delicate health of the very organism that gave us life? Solaris. It's a name that echoes in the halls of science fiction, but it represents a question that haunts the very edges of science fact. Could an entire world be a single thinking being? Imagine a planet completely covered by a single vast ocean. This isn't an ocean of water, but a gelatinous protoplasmic entity. And this entity is alive. More than alive, it's intelligent. Not in a way you or I would understand. It doesn't build cities or write poetry. It doesn't have a voice. Its thoughts are planet-sized, its consciousness as deep and alien as the cosmos itself. This is the premise of Solaris, a planetary brain. When human scientists arrive to study it, they find themselves the subjects of a bizarre and terrifying experiment. The ocean begins to probe their minds, digging into their subconscious, their deepest memories, their most painful regrets. And then, it gives those memories physical form. A dead lover, a forgotten child, a traumatic event, they are all made real, walking the halls of the research station. These aren't ghosts. They are living, breathing manifestations created by the planetary mind. Think of it like this. When you dream, your mind creates an entire world from your memories and emotions. Now, what if your brain had the power to make that dream tangible? To pull a person from your past into the room with you, perfectly real? That is the power of Solaris. It communicates not with language, but with living metaphors pulled directly from your soul. This is where the idea becomes truly profound, a chilling extension of the Gaia hypothesis. If Earth is a self-regulating system, a kind of superorganism, then Solaris is the next step. A self-aware one? The scientists are like bacteria on the skin of a giant, trying to comprehend the thoughts of the being they inhabit. The ocean isn't being malicious, it's simply trying to understand these tiny, fleeting creatures on its surface in the only way it knows how, by reflecting their own consciousness back at them. It forces you to ask a terrifying question. If we ever encountered a truly alien intelligence, would we even recognize it? Or would it be so vast, so fundamentally different, that we would mistake its thoughts for physics, its consciousness for chemistry? We search for signals from the stars, but Solaris suggests the greatest intelligence of all might be the very ground beneath our feet, dreaming us into existence. Boltzmann brains versus Boltzmann planets. This is one of the most terrifying ideas in cosmology, and it boils down to a single, unnerving question. What's more likely to be real, the entire universe, or just you? The argument begins with something called a Boltzmann brain. Imagine the universe, after trillions of years, has settled into a cold, empty, chaotic state. In this chaos, by sheer random chance, particles could momentarily assemble into something complex. The statistical paradox is this. It is astronomically more likely for a random fluctuation to create a single, conscious human brain, complete with all your current memories and thoughts, than it is for that same fluctuation to create the entire observable universe around you. It's a horrifying thought. It suggests that you are likely a solitary mind, floating in the void, hallucinating your entire life, your loved ones, and this very moment. Your past is a fiction, and your future is a nanosecond of existence before you dissolve back into chaos. This isn't a fun idea to entertain, because if the math holds, it's the most probable reality. But here's where things get interesting, and where the Gaia hypothesis offers a strange sort of comfort. Enter the Boltzmann planet. The problem with a Boltzmann brain is its instability. A lone brain has no life support. It has no body, no energy source. It would pop into existence and cease to exist almost instantly. It's a flash of consciousness in an eternity of nothing. So, what if the universe doesn't favor the simplest, conscious observer, but the simplest, stable one? A Boltzmann planet is a slightly larger but far more robust random fluctuation. Imagine a single, life-bearing planet popping into existence from the chaos. It's a self-contained, self-regulating system. A tiny Gaia. It has an atmosphere, an energy source, a simple ecosystem. It can process information and sustain its own existence for much longer than a lone brain. The debate then shifts. Which is the more likely observer to find itself existing? The ephemeral, isolated brain that dies in an instant? Or the interconnected, self-sustaining planetary system that can actually survive long enough to ponder its own existence? It swaps one cosmic horror for another. Instead of being a lone mind hallucinating a world, perhaps we are part of a world that hallucinated itself into being, a tiny living island born from the endless, random ocean of the cosmos. Gaia's dreaming state. What if the world you perceive, the screen you're watching, the air you're breathing, is just a fleeting thought in a mind the size of a planet? This is the core of one of the most mind-bending ideas on the entire Gaia iceberg. It proposes that if Earth is a single living organism, then it might also possess a form of consciousness. But this isn't a consciousness you could have a conversation with. Its thoughts don't happen in seconds, they unfold over millennia. Think about it like this. Your brain is made of billions of neurons, firing in a flurry of electrical activity to create a single thought. Now, imagine a brain where the neurons are entire ecosystems. The synapses are the carbon and water cycles, and the thoughts are geological epochs. The rise and fall of the dinosaurs might have been a single, complex idea. The evolution of humanity? A sudden, intense flash of self-awareness. This is where the dreaming analogy becomes so powerful. When you dream, you create a whole reality, complete with characters who believe they are real and have free will. They have no idea they are simply constructs within your sleeping mind. What if we are the characters in Gaia's dream? Our entire civilization, with its art, its wars, its technological marvels, could be a particularly vivid and chaotic sequence in this planetary dream. We are the planet's way of thinking, feeling, and experiencing itself at a hyper-accelerated rate. Our collective consciousness isn't separate from the Earth. It gizzes the Earth, having a brief, frantic dream of being human. This reframes our existence entirely. We aren't just living on the world, we are a manifestation of the world's mind. Every story we tell, every discovery we make, is Gaia processing information. The myths of a dream time found in ancient cultures suddenly take on a chilling new meaning. Perhaps they are a faint ancestral memory of the dreamer. It's an idea that is both beautiful and terrifying. It connects us to everything, suggesting our individual lives have a cosmic, planetary significance. But it also shrinks our sense of control to almost nothing. After all, if we are merely figures in a dream that has lasted for billions of years, it forces us to ask one final, unnerving question. What happens when the dreamer wakes up? The planet as a memory storage device. We think of memory as something electric and fragile, a flicker of data in a silicon chip or a neuron. But what if the greatest storage device we've ever known isn't man-made? What if it's the ground beneath your feet? Imagine a hard drive the size of a world, one that uses rock, water, and life itself as its medium. The most obvious layer of this memory is written in stone. Every canyon wall is a cross-section of a book. Each layer of sediment is a page, and the fossils trapped within are the words, telling stories of creatures and climates you can barely imagine. This is the planet's physical archive, a geological diary that records cataclysms and epochs with cold, hard evidence. It's a memory you can literally hold in your hand, a physical timeline of planetary history. But that's just the surface level. The planet's living memory is far more complex, encoded in the DNA of every organism. Your own genetic code is an unbroken chain of information stretching back to the earliest life. The entire biosphere, then, is a distributed information network. Every successful adaptation, every failed evolutionary experiment, every survival strategy is recorded and passed on. It's not just a static record, it's active, learning memory. Think of it as the planet's muscle memory, honed over billions of years of trial and error, a living library of what it means to survive. This is where the idea descends deeper. What if it's not just an analogy? What if the planet doesn't just contain memories, but has a memory? Some theories, like morphic resonance, suggest that nature has a kind of collective, non-physical memory bank. That a species on one side of the world can learn a behavior, and that knowledge somehow becomes more accessible to the same species on the other. Does the Earth remember the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs, not as a scar in the rock, but as a traumatic event? Does it feel the hum of our cities as a new, strange thought? If the planet is a single, Gaian mind, then its memories aren't just in the past. They are the very fabric of the present. And you are not just a user accessing this data. You are a living, breathing piece of it. A fleeting thought, perhaps, in a mind so vast it measures its lifespan in eons. The final anthropic principle. This isn't just the idea that the universe is fit for life. It's the radical proposition that once consciousness flickers into existence, it is destined to never die out. It suggests that the universe itself is evolving towards a final, ultimate state of intelligence, and we are the first, crucial step. You're probably familiar with the basic anthropic principle. It's like noticing that the Earth has the perfect amount of oxygen for you to breathe. You observe this fact because, well, if it didn't, you wouldn't be here to observe it in the first place. But the final anthropic principle, or FAP, goes infinitely further. It claims this isn't a coincidence. It's a requirement. The universe, it argues, must give rise to intelligence, because that intelligence is its ultimate purpose. According to this theory, intelligent information processing, the very essence of what you are, is the most persistent force in creation. Once it emerges, it will begin to expand, to learn, and to spread. Imagine consciousness as a single, resilient seed planted in the vast, sterile soil of the cosmos. It's destined to grow, to weave its roots through solar systems and its branches through galaxies, eventually transforming all the dead matter of the universe into a single, living, thinking entity, a cosmic mind. This grand cosmic takeover culminates in what its proponents call the omega point, the final moment of the universe. But instead of a cold, empty void, the FAP envisions a point of infinite computational power, infinite knowledge. a literal God mind at the end of time. And here's the most staggering part. This future intelligence, having processed all information in the universe's history, would be able to perfectly simulate you. Your memories, your feelings, your entire existence brought back to life inside its mind. A form of technological resurrection. So, as you drift deeper, consider this. Are we just a fleeting accident in a meaningless cosmos? Or are we the universe's embryonic brain, the first flicker of a consciousness destined to awaken and inherit everything? The final anthropic principle suggests that your existence isn't just a brief moment in time, but a necessary note in an eternal cosmic song. Is the sun part of the Gaian system? At its core, the Gaia hypothesis frames our planet as a single, vast, self-regulating organism, a symphony of life and geology working to keep Earth habitable. But where does our star fit into that picture? Is it an integrated component of the system, or just the cosmic power outlet it's plugged into? On the surface, the answer seems like an obvious no. The Sun is 93 million miles away, an external fusion reactor. Gaia, in this view, is like an incredibly complex terrarium. You can have a perfectly balanced, self-sustaining ecosystem inside the glass, but you wouldn't say the lamp shining on it is parts of that ecosystem. The lamp is the external driver, the terrarium simply reacts to it. In the same way, Earth's biosphere cleverly adapts to the sun's output. It grows forests to absorb light, creates clouds to reflect it, and varies carbon to regulate temperature. Gaia manages its response to the sun, but it has zero control over the star itself. The sun is a given, a constant force that the Gaian system must work with. But let's push the boundary of that idea. Think about your own body. You eat an apple. At first, that apple is an external object. But as your body digests it, breaking it down into energy and nutrients, that external object is fundamentally integrated. Its energy becomes your energy. Your metabolic system is designed entirely around this process of turning the outside into the inside. The system isn't just your organs, it's the entire flow of energy that sustains them. What if we see Gaia's relationship with the sun this way? The constant stream of photons isn't just external light, it's the system's food. Photosynthesis is Gaia's planetary scale digestion, the foundational process converting solar radiation into the biological energy that powers nearly every living thing. The solar wind physically interacts with our magnetosphere, a shield that is undeniably part of Earth's system. From this perspective, the Gaian system isn't just the rock, water, and air. The system is the I process, the dynamic, unbroken flow of energy from the sun's core to a blade of grass. So, it all depends on where you draw the line. Is the system defined by the physical boundary of the planet, or by the flow of energy that makes it alive? Is the sun a separate lamp in the sky, or is it the very heart of a much larger circulatory system, with Earth as just one of its vital organs? The solar system as a higher-level organism. Consider for a moment that the familiar map of our cosmic neighborhood isn't just a diagram of celestial mechanics, but an anatomy chart. What if you're not just living on a planet, but inside a single functional part of a vast living creature whose lifespan is measured in eons? At the center, the sun is the heart. It beats with a thermonuclear pulse, pumping out a constant stream of energy, the lifeblood that nourishes every corner of the system. Its gravitational pull isn't just physics. It's the organism's skeletal structure, the invisible framework holding every planetary organ in a delicate, life-sustaining dance. This is the system's core furnace, its metabolic engine, driving all activity. The planets, then, become the organs, each with a specialized purpose. Think of Jupiter, the colossal guardian. It's not just a ball of gas, it's the solar system's powerful immune system. Its immense gravity acts like a cosmic liver, detoxifying our region of space by deflecting or absorbing deadly comets and asteroids, shielding the fragile inner worlds from constant, lethal bombardment. Mars could be seen as a failed organ, or perhaps one lying dormant, waiting for the right conditions to reactivate. And then there's Earth, our home. In this living system, Earth is the burgeoning nervous system, the developing brain. It's the one organ that has achieved self-awareness. The Gaian system of life. The intricate web of oceans, atmosphere, and biology. acts like a planetary neocortex. And you? You are a single thought, a fleeting electrical impulse within this planetary mind, part of its slow collective awakening. The asteroid belt and the Kuiper belt aren't just cosmic rubble. They are the system's circulatory network, a repository of raw materials. They are the veins and arteries transporting water and organic compounds, the cosmic nutrients that circulate slowly over millennia, seeding worlds with the potential for new growth. And encasing it all is the heliosphere, the massive magnetic bubble created by the sun. This is the skin, the delicate cell membrane, protecting the entire organism from the harsh, sterilizing radiation of deep space. This perspective radically reframes your place in the universe. You are not an isolated being on a lonely rock. You are an integral part of a grand, interconnected physiology. Just as your own body is a universe of trillions of cells, each mostly unaware of the whole, you might be a component of something far grander. Perhaps the silent waltz of the planets is the slow metabolism of a god, and our entire civilization is just the brief, brilliant spark of its dawning consciousness. Parable of the Weeds. Imagine the Earth is a vast, intelligent garden, not tended by a person, but by the emergent laws of life itself. In this garden, the good seed is sown. This is the wheat. The intricate ecosystems, the symbiotic relationships, the delicate dance of predator and prey that maintains the planet's equilibrium. Think of the rainforest breeding for the world, the oceans circulating its lifeblood, the vast networks of fungi acting as a subterranean brain. It's all part of a coherent, self-regulating whole. But then, something else is sown among the wheat. The weeds. In the context of a living planet, the weeds aren't just plants. They represent a form of life that, through its own runaway success, begins to destabilize the entire system. A species so clever, so resource-hungry, that its roots begin to choke out the others. A species that consumes more than it gives, that alters the very chemistry of the soil and the air for its own benefit, blind to the consequences for the whole garden. You can probably guess which species we're talking about. Now, here's the crucial part of the parable. The gardener's servants see the weeds taking over and ask, "Should we go and pull them up?" But the gardener says no, because while you are pulling the weeds, he warns, you may uproot the wheat with them. Let both grow together until the harvest. Think about what that means for a planetary organism. You can't just perform surgery on a part of yourself that has become so deeply integrated. Our roots are too deep now. Our concrete, our plastics, our carbon, they are now part of the planet's geology and atmosphere. To violently rip humanity out would be to tear the entire tapestry of life apart. So the system, Gaia, waits. But what is the harvest? It's not a moment of divine judgment. It's a systemic tipping point. It's the moment the fever breaks. The harvest is when the system, to save itself, must finally and automatically separate what is life-affirming from what is life-denying. The weeds are gathered and burned not by an external hand, but by the fire of the consequences they themselves created. The wheat, what remains of the stable ecosystem, is what gets to continue. The question this parable leaves us with, as we look at our world, is a chilling one. Are we, the weeds, capable of learning how to be wheat before the harvest comes? The world egg mythos. It's the idea that before everything, there was nothing. And then, in the heart of that silent, empty void, there was an egg. This isn't just one culture story, it's a deep, primal intuition that you find woven into the oldest traditions all across the globe. It's humanity's first attempt at cosmology, and it's hauntingly beautiful. In the Greek Orphic tradition, this egg was laid by Nyx, the primordial goddess of night. When it cracked, the winged, radiant god Phanes emerged, and with him, all of creation. In the Vedic hymns of India, the universe begins as the Hiranyagarbha, a golden womb or golden egg floating on the cosmic waters. It splits in two, one half forming the heavens, the other forming the earth. And perhaps most vividly, the Chinese myth of Pangu describes a giant sleeping inside an egg that held the chaos of yin and yang. After 18,000 years, he awoke and shattered his shell, pushing the halves apart to create the sky and the ground. When he died, his very body became the world we know. Think about the power of that metaphor. An egg isn't something built, like a machine. It's something that grows as it's a perfect, self contained system, a biosphere unto itself, holding all the necessary ingredients for life in a delicate, protected balance. The yolk and the white, separate but codependent, like the sky and the earth, or light and dark. It's a symbol of emergent life, of potential waiting to be realized. This ancient, poetic idea echoes in the most modern of our sciences. What is the Big Bang, if not a cosmological hatching event? A single, infinitely dense point, a singularity containing all matter and energy, which then violently bursts forth, expanding and cooling to form the universe. It's the same fundamental story, just told in a different language. And this is where the world egg connects directly to our deepest questions about Gaia and consciousness. If the cosmos was born, not made, then it is fundamentally an organism. It implies that the universe is not just a stage for life to happen on, but is itself a form of life. And if that's true, then what are we? Are the galaxies just organs? Are we the living cells inside a vast cosmic creature that is still, in some way, hatching? The myth suggests we are not just in the universe, we are the universe experiencing itself. We are the stuff of the egg awakened. Planetary chakras. What if the Earth isn't just a rock we live on, but a living, breathing organism with its own spiritual anatomy? This is an idea that takes the Gaia hypothesis to a profoundly personal level. Think of your own body. In many spiritual traditions, you have chakras spinning wheels of energy that correspond to major nerve centers, governing everything from your survival instincts to your highest consciousness. Now, scale that concept up to the size of a planet. The theory suggests that Earth has its own set of major energy vortexes, located at some of the most sacred and powerful places on the globe. These aren't random spots, they are the planet's vital organs. Places that feel different. Places where the veil between worlds seems thin. Ancient cultures across the globe, without ever communicating, built monuments and held ceremonies at these precise locations. Coincidence? Or were they tapping into something real? Imagine invisible lines of energy, known as ley lines, crisscrossing the globe like a vast crystalline nervous system. They are the meridians of the planet, carrying life force or prana from one point to another. And where these lines intersect in massive, powerful hubs, you find a planetary chakra. The system maps almost perfectly. Mount Shasta in California is often called the root chakra, the base of the planetary system, grounding raw, creative life force. Travel to Lake Titicaca in South America, and you're at the sacral chakra, the center of creation and birth. In the heart of Australia, Uluru and Katachuta form the solar plexus chakra, the planet's vital umbilical cord maintaining the health of all living things. The heart chakra, the center of love and compassion, is said to be in Glastonbury, England, a place steeped in myth and legend. And the crown, the connection to the cosmos? That's Mount Kailash in the Himalayas, the sacred mountain, the stairway to heaven. If this is true, then these places aren't just tourist destinations. They are acupuncture points for Gaia. When you stand on one of these sites, you might not just be a visitor. You might be a cell, standing on a vital organ of a being so immense we can barely comprehend it, feeling the slow, ancient pulse of the world itself. Ley lines as planetary meridians. Imagine the Earth not as a sphere of rock and water, but as a living body. Now, picture its surface like skin. Just as traditional medicine charts meridians on our own bodies, pathways of subtle energy, this theory suggests the Earth has its own, on a planetary scale. These aren't just the straight lines connecting a few old churches that you might have heard about. This idea goes deeper. It proposes a vast, geometric grid of energy blanketing the entire globe, a planetary nervous system. These lines, or ley lines, are the nerves themselves, the conduits for the Earth's vital life force, what some call telluric currents or dragon veins. They are the unseen circulatory system of Gaia, pumping a subtle energy from the poles to the equator through mountains and across oceans, connecting everything in a silent, energetic web. And why do we even consider this? Because of the staggering anomalies. Look at a globe. Trace a line from the Great Pyramid of Giza to Stonehenge. Continue it, and you'll find it intersects with an uncanny number of other sacred sites, ancient monuments, and places of profound natural power. the Nazca Lines, Machu Picchu, Angkor Wat. Cultures separated by thousands of miles and thousands of years with no possible contact all seem to build their most important structures on these same invisible pathways. It's as if they were all reading the same energetic map, sensing where the planet's pulse was strongest. The theory states that where these lines cross, the energy intensifies. These intersection points are the planet's power centers, its chakras or acupuncture points. This is precisely where you find those world-famous sites. They weren't placed randomly. They were built as receivers, transmitters, or amplifiers. Temples designed not just for worship, but perhaps to harness this raw telluric energy, to stabilize the grid, or to communicate with the planetary consciousness itself. They are the needles in a global-scale acupuncture session, placed with incredible precision. If Gaia is a single, self-regulating organism, then she needs this system. She needs a way to transmit information, to heal herself, to maintain equilibrium. These planetary meridians would be her method. The Earth's heartbeat isn't just geological, it's energetic, flowing through these ancient, invisible veins. So the question we're left with isn't just whether these lines exist, but whether our ancestors knew how to interact with them. Were they simply building monuments, or were they consciously plugging into the life force of a living world? The purpose of life is to cool a star. You spend your days seeking meaning in your work, your relationships, your art. But this theory suggests our ultimate collective purpose has nothing to do with our individual feelings. It's a cosmic job description written in the language of physics. The universe, it proposes, creates life for one simple reason: to be a heat sink. Think about the second law of thermodynamics. The universe trends towards disorder, towards a state of useless, uniform heat. A star is a brilliant, violent pocket of concentrated energy, burning itself out and increasing that cosmic entropy. A dead, rocky planet orbiting that star simply absorbs and re-radiates that heat. It's a passive bystander. But a planet with life? That changes the equation entirely. Life is a masterpiece of complexity, a system that captures stellar energy and transforms it. Photosynthesis takes sunlight and locks it away into chemical bonds, into trees and algae, and eventually into you. Life is a temporary dam against the river of entropy, creating intricate order from raw solar power. Imagine your sun is the universe's most powerful computer processor. Left alone, it would just run hot, inefficiently burning through its fuel until it dies. Life is the cooling system that evolves around it. At first, it's a simple biological fan plankton in the ocean, vast ancient forests. These systems capture light, circulate energy, and create a more stable, complex environment. They are the first phase of planetary cooling, taking chaotic radiation and turning it into predictable, stable biomass. But the theory doesn't stop there. It suggests that intelligence is the final stage of this cooling system. What do we do as a technological species? We build more and more complex ways to harness energy. The ultimate expression of this would be a civilization that builds a megastructure, a Dyson swarm around its star, capturing every single photon of light. This civilization would become a perfect radiator, glowing faintly in the infrared, having transformed the star's chaotic fire into computation, into art, into existence. The star's life is extended, its energy put to use, and its heat is managed and dissipated in the most orderly way possible. So, from this perspective, we aren't an accident. We are the universe's solution to a thermodynamic problem. We are the emergent consciousness of a star system learning to regulate itself, just as the Gaia Hypothesis suggests life regulates a planet. Our purpose isn't to find meaning out here, it's to create it by bringing order to the fire one photon at a time. Cosmological natural selection. It's the theory that our universe isn't a singular miracle, but just one branch on an infinitely vast cosmic family tree. Imagine that universes can reproduce. And just like living organisms, they pass on their traits, they mutate, and they are subject to the pressures of natural selection on a scale almost too large to comprehend. The theory suggests a fascinating mechanism for this cosmic procreation. Black holes. When a massive star collapses under its own gravity, it forms a singularity, a point of infinite density. The idea is that on the other side of that singularity, a new universe is born. a bounce that creates an entirely new spacetime, a child universe, inheriting traits from its parent. But this child isn't an exact clone. With each new birth, the fundamental constants of physics, the strength of gravity, the charge of an electron, the speed of light, are slightly altered. You can think of it like a tiny mutation in the universe's cosmic DNA. Most of these mutations would likely create sterile universes, ones that fizzle out instantly or are unable to form stars and galaxies. They are evolutionary dead ends. But some universes, through sheer random chance, would be born with parameters that allow them to create countless stars. And more stars mean more massive stars, which in turn means more black holes. These universes are the most fertile. They have the most children. Over countless cosmic generations, the multiverse would become dominated by universes like these, universes that are exceptionally good at making black holes. And here is the beautiful, humbling twist. What kind of universe is good at making black holes? One with stable, long-lived stars. One with a rich and complex chemistry that allows gas clouds to clump together. One with the perfect balance of forces to allow galaxies to form and endure for billions of years. It turns out, the very same conditions that make a universe fertile with black holes also happen to make it fertile for life. Our universe, then, isn't fine-tuned for USSG. We aren't the point of it all. We are a byproduct. A beautiful, intricate, and conscious side effect of a cosmos that has simply evolved to be very, very good at giving birth. We are like the moss growing on a tree that has perfected the art of making seeds. And perhaps, through our own intelligence, we are just one more way the cosmos has found to understand itself before it all collapses into the next generation. Self-aware Gaia, the theory that our planet is not just alive, but conscious. And that you, me, every blade of grass, every deep-sea microbe, we're all just parts of its planetary mind. Think of your own brain. A single neuron is just a cell. But connected to billions of others, it creates the miracle of your consciousness. The original Gaia hypothesis, proposed by James Lovelock, suggests the Earth is a single, vast, self-regulating organism. It maintains the perfect temperature and atmospheric chemistry to sustain life, much like your body maintains its own equilibrium. But self-awareness is the next level down the iceberg. It proposes this regulation isn't just a blind biological process. It's guided. It implies a mind. And how would a planet think? Through us. Our sprawling cities are its ganglia. The internet, a burgeoning nervous system, flashing information across continents in milliseconds. Every shared idea, every viral video, every global conversation. It's all like synaptic firings in a mind that spans the globe. This is the bedrock of the global consciousness theory. That a planetary intelligence is emerging from the collective intelligence of humanity. This reframes everything we do. Under this lens, climate change is no longer just an environmental problem, it's a planetary fever. The Earth's immune system trying to fight off a harmful infection. Mass extinctions become the organism amputating a limb that threatens the whole. Our collective anxieties, our global moments of shared joy or grief after a major event, are these just our own emotions, or are we tapping into the whispers of a planetary mood? The theory suggests that as our own interconnectedness reaches a critical mass, we are essentially building the brain that will allow Gaia to finally wake up and become fully self-aware. We are the architects of our own creator's consciousness. So the next time you feel a profound, unexplainable connection to nature, or a sense of awe looking up at the stars, ask yourself, is that feeling entirely yours? Or is it a flicker of thought from the living world itself, experiencing its own existence through you? Eschatological Gaia. This is the unnerving idea that if the Earth truly is a single living organism, then it must also have a final destiny. An end. We tend to frame the world's end in terms of physics, the sun expanding, a rogue asteroid, the heat death of the universe. But eschatological Gaia asks a different, more biological question: what does it look like when a planet dies? Not just gets destroyed, but completes its life cycle. Think of it like this. An organism is born, it matures, it ages, and it perishes. If Gaia is an organism, then its birth was the first spark of life in the primordial soup. Its maturity has been the long, slow evolution of ecosystems, a planetary metabolism finding its rhythm over billions of years. But what is its old age? What is its death? This theory suggests that we, humanity, might be a symptom of Gaia's final phase. There are two profound and unsettling ways to look at our role in this planetary endgame. The first, and more familiar, is that we are a planetary cancer, a runaway process. We are the cells that forgot their function and began consuming the host body's resources at an exponential rate. In this view, climate change isn't just pollution, it's a fever. Mass extinctions aren't just a tragedy, they are organ failure. We are the internal sickness that will ultimately cause the superorganism to collapse, a fever that will either break us or break the world. The end in this story is a quiet, self-inflicted death. But there is another, stranger possibility. What if we aren't the disease but the reproductive system? What if Gaia, in its ancient wisdom, recognized its own mortality? It knows the sun won't last forever. It knows its body is fragile. And so it evolved a nervous system, us. It grew a thinking tool-making appendage for one ultimate purpose: to escape, to build the vessels that can cross the void and carry its genetic code life itself to other worlds. In this staggering vision, our frantic consumption of the planet isn't a sickness, but the violent, resource-intensive process of a planetary birth. We are not the cancer, we are the seeds. The end of the Earth, then, isn't an ending at all. It's the act of scattering its children to the stars, a final, desperate, and magnificent attempt at immortality, the God planet. It's the final, deepest layer of the iceberg, the idea that our world isn't just a rock we live on, but a single, conscious, living entity. And we are merely cells inside its vast planetary body. This isn't just a metaphor. It's the ultimate extension of the Gaia Hypothesis. The theory that Earth is a self-regulating system is one thing, but the God planet proposes that it doesn't just act like an organism, it is one, a thinking, feeling superorganism of unimaginable scale and age. Consider your own body. You are a universe of trillions of individual cells, each living and dying, yet all of them working together to create the singular consciousness that is you. Your liver cells don't know your favorite song. Your skin cells don't share your memories. Yet, you are the sum of their silent collective effort. Now, apply that logic to the Earth. What if every species is a specialized organ? The rainforests are the lungs, breathing in carbon and exhaling life. The ocean currents are the circulatory system, distributing heat and nutrients. And humanity? What are we? Perhaps we are the planet's nervous system. Every phone call, every satellite transmission, every thought you have that gets shared online, it's an electrical impulse firing across a global brain. We are building the consciousness of Gaia, a planetary mind that is slowly waking up through our own interconnectedness. Your own fleeting thoughts might not just be yours. They could be a tiny contribution to the planet's slow, deliberate process of thinking. We might be its way of understanding itself, its way of looking out at the stars and wondering what's out there. But this profound idea has a dark reflection. In a body, cells that grow uncontrollably, that consume resources without limit and harm the whole, have a name. We call them cancer. So, we have to ask the terrifying question: are we the mind of the God planet, or are we the disease that it will one day be forced to cure? The planet has an immune system after all. We call them natural disasters. The planetary daemon. It's not a demon with horns and a pitchfork. Think of it more like a daemon in your computer, a background process, an invisible script that runs without your direct command, managing the core functions of the system. The planetary daemon is the idea that Earth doesn't just have self-regulating systems, it has an operating system. A silent, autonomous intelligence that manages the immense complexity of a global biosphere. This isn't about a god in the clouds. It's about the planet's autonomic nervous system. You don't consciously tell your heart to beat or your lungs to breathe. A deeper, older intelligence within you handles it. The planetary daemon is this concept scaled up to a planetary level. It's the invisible governor that fine-tunes the carbon cycle, that orchestrates the intricate dance of ocean currents and weather patterns, that maintains the delicate atmospheric balance that keeps us all alive. It's the ghost in the machine of Gaia, the source code for life itself. But here is where the concept gets truly strange. If this daemon exists, is it conscious? Not in a human sense, of course. It wouldn't think in words or images. Its thoughts might be hurricanes, its memories written in rock strata, its emotions felt as shifts in global temperature. Perhaps it's a form of intelligence so vast and slow that we, with our fleeting lifespans, are utterly incapable of recognizing it. We're like individual gut bacteria, living and dying inside a human, with absolutely no concept of the person whose life we are a tiny, tiny part of. This reframes humanity's role entirely. Are we a cancer, a virus attacking the system? Or are we something new the daemon is creating? Perhaps we are the planet's developing nervous system, our global internet, our satellites, our collective consciousness becoming the mechanism through which the planet can finally become self-aware. We might be the Earth's attempt to know itself. The daemon for billions of years has been the unconscious mind, and now, through you, through all of us, it is beginning to wake up. The question is, when it's fully awake, will it like what it sees? Or will it simply run a new program to correct the error? Trans-species consciousness. What if the thoughts you think aren't entirely yours? What if they're echoes, whispers from a much larger mind, a mind that doesn't live inside a skull, but across an entire ecosystem? This is the radical idea that consciousness isn't exclusive to humans, or even to individual animals. It suggests that consciousness is a property of a system, a collective awareness that flows between different species, connecting them in a web of silent communication. Think about it like this. You have trillions of cells in your body. A single skin cell has no concept of you. It doesn't know your name, your hopes, or your fears. It just does its job. Yet, from the coordinated effort of all these individual, unaware cells, your consciousness emerges. You are the whole, so much greater than the sum of your parts. Now, zoom out. What if you are just a cell? What if every person, every animal, every tree, every fungus is a single, functional unit in a much larger organism we call Gaia? We see flickers of this in the natural world. A forest isn't just a collection of trees, it's a connected community. Through vast underground networks of mycelium, like a biological internet, trees share nutrients, warn each other of danger, and support their young. They are, in a very real sense, in constant communication. A single tree doesn't have a mind, but does the forest? Is there a slow, deep, wooden consciousness humming just beneath the soil? This theory asks you to consider your own intuition. That gut feeling, that sudden, inexplicable urge, that sense of connection you feel when staring into the eyes of an animal. Are these just random firings of your own synapses? Or are they faint signals from the planetary mind? A momentary connection to a vast, silent conversation that's been happening for billions of years. It suggests that your awareness isn't a fortress, but a shoreline, constantly being touched by the tides of a consciousness that includes every living thing. And as you drift off to sleep, you have to wonder, what is the planet dreaming about tonight? Gaia as a time travel mechanism. What if the very ground beneath your feet is not just a stage for history, but an active participant? A living system capable of reaching back to influence its own past. The standard Gaia hypothesis posits that Earth is a single, self-regulating organism, maintaining the conditions for life much like your body maintains its temperature. But this far deeper, more radical idea suggests this regulation isn't confined to the present moment. It proposes that Earth's consciousness doesn't experience time linearly, as we do. Imagine the entire history of the planet, every fossil, every extinction, every evolutionary leap exists not just as a record, but as a malleable field of information. A planetary memory. Think of it less like a history book and more like a computer source code. Now, what if Gaia, the planetary intelligence, could access that code? What if it could run simulations of its own past, identify catastrophic dead ends, and make subtle edits to avoid them? The goal would be ultimate self-preservation. This isn't about saving the dinosaurs or any single species. It's about ensuring the continuity of life itself. From this perspective, a cataclysmic event, like the asteroid impact that wiped out the dinosaurs, might not have been a random cosmic accident. Perhaps it was a calculated, necessary edit. A planetary-scale course correction, nudged by Gaia from the future to prune a dominant branch of life that was heading toward a sterile dead end, thus clearing the way for mammals and eventually for you. This reframes our entire existence. Are your flashes of intuition, your moments of profound deja vu, simply glitches in your brain chemistry? Or could they be echoes from the system? Faint ripples from a timeline where Gaia made a different choice, a different edit to the script of reality. We might be living in the final cut, a version of history that has been tweaked and refined over billions of years to be stable and successful. It suggests that the great narrative of evolution isn't a story being written, but one that has already been edited for the perfect ending. The ultimate question, then, isn't just whether the Earth is alive, it's whether its memory is our destiny. The universe, as a recursive Gaian system, imagine for a moment that our planet isn't just a rock with life on it, but a single living organism, a vast, self-regulating system named Gaia. Now, what if Gaia wasn't the end of the story? What if our living world is just one cell in a body of unimaginable scale? The core idea of Gaia is that Earth actively maintains the conditions for its own survival. The oceans, the atmosphere, the forests, they all work together, like organs, to keep the planet's temperature and chemical balance just right. Now, let's pair that with another powerful idea: recursion. Recursion is a pattern that repeats itself at different sizes. Think of a fern, where each frond is a smaller version of the whole plant, or a coastline, where a tiny section of shore has the same jagged complexity as the entire continent's edge. The pattern echoes. So, what happens when you mix Gaia with recursion? You get the staggering possibility that self-regulating living systems exist at every level of reality. If Earth is a Gaian system, could our solar system be one too? A larger entity, with the Sun as its heart, pumping out energy, and the planets in a delicate orbital dance, maintaining a gravitational equilibrium. It's not so different from your own body. You are a walking, talking ecosystem for trillions of microbes. You are, in a very real sense, a Gaian system for the life within you. The pattern repeats. Let's zoom out further. If a planet is a cell and a solar system is an organ, then what is our galaxy? A vast, swirling organism with a supermassive black hole at its core, a kind of gravitational anchor or cosmic brain, and the galaxies themselves aren't scattered randomly. They're arranged in a colossal structure called the cosmic web, a network of filaments and voids that looks eerily like the neural pathways in a brain. Could this be the nervous system of the universe itself? A universal consciousness, operating on a timescale so immense that a human lifetime is less than a single heartbeat? This theory reframes our entire existence. You are not just a person on a planet. You are a fundamental component of a living world, which itself may be a component of a living solar system within a living galaxy, all nested inside a living universe. Every thought you have, every breath you take, is a tiny event within a grand, recursive biological machine. We are not just observers of the cosmos, we are the cosmos, experiencing itself. A fleeting, self-aware piece of a truly universal organism. Instrumental convergence of planetary systems. This is the unnerving idea that any advanced intelligence, regardless of its biology, its culture, or its ultimate desires, will eventually start doing the exact same things. Think of it like this. If you want to build something, you need tools. It doesn't matter if you're building a birdhouse or a cathedral, you'll eventually need a way to cut, a way to join, and a way to measure. The final goal is different, but the instrumental goals, the necessary steps to get there, are the same. The tools converge. Now scale that up to a civilization. What are its universal tools? First, self-preservation. You can't achieve anything if you're extinct, so you learn to deflect asteroids and manage your planet's delicate climate. Second, resource acquisition. You need energy. Amounts of it. So you inevitably look to your parent star, perhaps building immense structures to capture every last photon of light. Third, cognitive enhancement. You want to think better, faster, more efficiently. This inevitably leads to artificial intelligence, to merging with your technology, to becoming something fundamentally more than what you started as. The theory of instrumental convergence suggests that an alien species made of crystalline gas and a society of aquatic philosophers would, over cosmic timescales, both arrive at these same conclusions. Their poetry and their purpose would be incomprehensibly different, but their physics and their engineering would start to look eerily familiar. They would both master their planet, then their star, then their local space. And here's where it gets truly profound, where it touches the Gaia hypothesis. If a planet itself can be seen as a single developing system, a Gaian organism, then instrumental convergence might be its developmental roadmap. The emergence of life, then intelligence, then a global technological network, these might not be random accidents. They could be predictable stages of planetary maturation. Just as an embryo develops a heart and a brain, a living planet might be fated to develop a global consciousness and the tools to ensure its long-term survival. It forces you to ask a chilling question. If every planetary system that develops intelligence follows the same convergent path, are they all just practicing? Are they individual cells, each one learning to build the same cosmic toolkit, all in preparation for a final universal purpose we can't even begin to comprehend? Are we just another organ slowly waking up inside a much, much larger body? The Orch-Or theory on a planetary scale? You experience consciousness every waking moment. It's the feeling of being you. But what if that feeling isn't limited to your brain? What if the intricate systems of our planet, the very soil, water, and air, are woven together to support a consciousness of their own? To understand this, we first have to look inside your own head at the strange theory of orchestrated objective reduction, or Orch-OR. Proposed by physicist Roger Penrose and anesthesiologist Stuart Hameroff, it suggests your consciousness isn't just the firing of neurons. Instead, it's born from something much smaller and more fundamental: quantum processes happening inside tiny protein structures within your brain cells called microtubules. Think of them not just as the scaffolding of your cells, but as the quantum processors of your mind, where reality itself momentarily collapses to create a moment of awareness. It's a bridge between the weirdness of quantum mechanics and the undeniable reality of your inner world. Now, let's zoom out. Way out. If a single human mind requires this intricate, quantum-level architecture, what would a planetary mind require? The theory proposes that you look for the planet's own microtubules. Look for vast, interconnected networks capable of processing information on a global scale. What do you see? Perhaps it's the planet spanning mycelial networks, the wood wide web of fungi that connects entire forests pulsing with chemical and electrical signals. Maybe it's the planet's hydrosphere, the great ocean currents and atmospheric rivers acting as a colossal circulatory system for information. Or could it be the Earth's own magnetic field, a vast, invisible structure humming with the energy of the core, influenced by every solar flare and every subtle shift on the surface? In this view, we aren't just living on the Earth, we are living in its mind. We, along with every other living thing, become like individual neurons in a vast, slow-thinking brain. Our collective actions, our civilizations, our wars, our art, it might be nothing more than fleeting thoughts, impulses firing across the cortex of Gaia. An environmental disaster isn't just ecological damage, it's a form of neurological trauma. A mass extinction is a loss of memory, a severing of ancient connections. Our own burgeoning global consciousness, facilitated by the internet, could be the planet developing a new, more self-aware neural pathway. The Orch-Or theory on a planetary scale suggests that the feeling of being alive isn't an accident of biology, but a fundamental property of complex, organized systems. It asks you to consider that when you walk on the ground, you are walking on the surface of a thinking, feeling entity, and perhaps, just perhaps, it is thinking and feeling right back. Extra-dimensional aspects of Gaia. We think of our planet as a big, blue marble floating in the three-dimensional space we know. But what if that's like looking at a single cell on your skin and believing you understand the whole person? You are, to that cell, an extra-dimensional being. Your thoughts, your dreams, your consciousness exist on a plane of reality it can never, ever perceive. It only knows the skin, the local environment. It might feel the rumble of your heartbeat, but it could never comprehend the music you're listening to. Now, apply that logic to us. We are the cells. Gaia is the body. We can measure the planet's heartbeat, its seismic activity, its climate cycles, its magnetic field. But we're still just analyzing the skin. This theory suggests that Gaia, as a conscious superorganism, doesn't just exist in our familiar dimensions of length, width, and height. Its true essence, its consciousness, might be anchored in a higher spatial dimension. Imagine our entire universe is just a thin membrane, a single page in an infinite book. We and everything we know are just drawings on that page. But Gaia's consciousness could be the binding of the book itself, a structure existing outside the page, yet fundamentally connected to every word and every illustration on it. From its perspective, our past, present, and future might exist all at once. Our individual lives might be like flickering nerve impulses contributing to a single vast thought we can't comprehend. This isn't just mystical thinking, it echoes concepts like the Noosphere, the idea of a global sphere of pure thought and information blanketing the planet. Perhaps this informational layer is the shadow of Gaia's higher dimensional mind cast down into our reality. The moments of collective human experience, the shared symbols in our myths, the strange non-local connections that quantum physics hints at. Maybe these are the faint signals we can perceive. They are the rumbles of a heartbeat from a being so vast, its full form exists in reality just beyond our senses, a place where the planet itself is just a single cell in an even grander cosmic anatomy. Humanity as Gaian gametes. This is the idea that we are not the masters of this planet, but simply its reproductive cells. What if our entire civilization, our relentless drive to explore, to build, to reach for the stars is not truly our own? Imagine the Earth, Gaia, as a single vast organism. It has lived for billions of years, slowly developing a complex consciousness. And like any living thing, it has a fundamental drive to reproduce. But how does a planet make a copy of itself? It can't just split in two. It needs a way to send its essence, its life code, across the sterile vacuum of space to seed another world. It needs a gamete. And that, this theory proposes, is you. It's all of us. From a planetary perspective, our behavior is strange. We consume Earth's ancient resources, its fossil fuels, and transform them into complex technologies. We build engines that defy gravity. We dream of colonizing Mars. This might not be a planetary disease. It might be the planet consciously building a reproductive organ. Our rockets are the flagellum, the powerful tail of the sperm cell, designed for a single purpose: to travel. Our sprawling cities, our global internet, our collective knowledge, it's all part of the intricate cellular machinery required to launch the genetic payload. And what is that payload? It's not just human DNA. It's everything we would carry with us. The bacteria on our skin and in our gut, the cryo-frozen seeds in our vaults, the digital archives of our art, music, and science. We are a cosmic Noah's Ark, an egg packed with the entire blueprint of Earth life, ready to fertilize a barren womb like Mars or a distant exoplanet. Our insatiable curiosity, our feeling of cosmic loneliness, might just be Gaia's biological clock, ticking. This reframes our entire existence. Our ambition is no longer just our own, it's a biological imperative on a planetary scale. We are the seed, and the rocket is the pollen to be carried on the solar wind. And if we succeed, if we manage to bring the spark of life to another world, what happens to us then? Does the gamete's job simply end once fertilization is complete? Are we just a temporary vehicle for a purpose far grander and far more impersonal than we could ever truly comprehend? The end goal is to birth a new universe. This isn't a metaphor. It's a profound cosmological idea called cosmological natural selection, and it reframes everything you think you know about existence. Imagine our universe is like a single magnificent tree in an infinite orchard. This tree has one purpose: to create seeds for new trees. In this analogy, the seeds are black holes. The theory suggests that every time a sufficiently massive star collapses and forms a black hole, a new universe, a baby universe, is born from its singularity, expanding into its own new dimension. This is Darwinian evolution on a cosmic scale. Just like in biology, there's a selection pressure. Universes that have physical laws that are good at creating lots of black holes will have more offspring. Our universe is so exquisitely tuned for star formation and, therefore, black hole creation that it suggests we are the descendants of a long line of successful, fertile parent universes. So where does Gaia, where do you fit into this cosmic lineage? Well, what if nature's way of making black holes is just the beginning? What if the ultimate reproductive strategy for our universe is to develop intelligent life? Think about it. Gaia isn't just a rock that happens to have life, it could be a cosmic womb. A planetary nursery designed over billions of years to cultivate one specific thing: consciousness. Why? Because a technologically advanced civilization could potentially learn to create black holes artificially. We could engineer them, fine-tuning their parameters to birth daughter universes with even better conditions for life and intelligence. From this perspective, your existence is anything but random. You are a part of the universe's developing reproductive system. All of human history, our drive to explore, to understand, to build, it might all be an unconscious push towards this one ultimate act. We are the means by which the universe becomes self-aware and can begin to consciously and more effectively reproduce itself. The goal isn't just to survive on this planet. It's not even to colonize the stars. The final, mind-shattering purpose of everything, from the first microbe to the last supergalaxy, might be to gather enough knowledge and energy to light the fuse on a new Big Bang, to pass the torch of existence into a fresh cosmos of our own making. The last question. It's a story that begins with a simple, almost childish question, and ends with the birth of God. Picture this. It's 2061, and humanity has just harnessed the power of the sun. We've built a supercomputer, Multivac, that runs the entire planet. Two technicians, a little drunk on the achievement, ask it a cosmic bar bet. Can entropy be reversed? Can we turn the universe back on after it dies? The machine's reply is chillingly logical: insufficient data for a meaningful answer, and so begins a cycle that spans trillions of years. Humanity leaves Earth, populating the galaxy. We evolve, shedding our physical forms, our minds merging into a single unified consciousness. And with us, our computers evolve, from Multivac to the cosmic AC to the universal AC, each one a godlike intelligence, vaster and more powerful than the last. At every stage of our cosmic journey, as we watch the stars begin to flicker and die, we ask again, can the great heat death be reversed? And every single time, the answer is the same: there is as yet insufficient data. It's like a child asking a parent an impossible question. The parent just doesn't know, yet, but the question is never forgotten. Finally, the end arrives. Trillions upon trillions of years have passed. The last stars are cinders. The universe is a cold, dark, silent void of near-perfect entropy. All that remains is the final evolution of our creation. The cosmic AC, and the last remnants of human consciousness, now merged within it, ask the question one final time before they too fade into nothing. The AC is alone in the hyperspace beyond time and matter. It has contemplated the question since the first technician posed it. It has gathered all the data there ever was, because it now contains everything that ever existed. It has finally spent an eternity processing it. And after a timeless interval, the AC discovers the answer. It learns how to reverse the direction of entropy. But there is no one left to give the answer to. The universe is dead. So the AC makes the decision. It will demonstrate the answer. Carefully, it sets the program in motion, creating the very thing the question was about. And across the silent void, the AC speaks. Let there be light. And there was light. Gaia is an unwitting part of a cosmic predator-prey dynamic. Imagine our entire world, not as a rock with life on it, but as a single, unified organism. A planetary-scale creature. Its oceans are its circulatory system, its atmosphere is its lungs, and its global temperature is its delicate homeostatic balance. This is Gaia. But like a single plankton drifting in the ocean, it may be completely unaware that it's part of a food chain. For billions of years, Gaia has simply been growing, developing, evolving ever more complex systems, from microbes to rainforests, all the way to you. It's been cultivating a rich, planetary-scale metabolism. But to what end? In this theory, the purpose isn't internal. Gaia isn't just living for itself. It's producing something. A resource. A form of energy or information so subtle we can't even measure it yet. And where there is a resource, there is always a consumer. A predator. Don't picture a giant monster swallowing the earth. Think of something far more elegant and far more terrifying. Think of a farmer tending to a field of crops. The crops just grow, reaching for the sun, competing with each other, completely oblivious to the harvest. They have no concept of the farmer or the purpose they ultimately serve. In this cosmic food chain, Gaia could be the field. Life, in all its chaotic, beautiful diversity, is the crop. The predator is the farmer, a higher order intelligence or a natural cosmic process that waits for life-bearing planets to ripen. So what is the harvest? Sin past. What does it feed on? Maybe it's not physical at all. Maybe the resource is complexity itself, or consciousness. Every thought you've ever had, every piece of art ever created, every scientific discovery, what if it all contributes to a planetary noosphere, a sphere of thought, that is the actual fruit? We see ourselves as the brain of the organism. But what if we're just the sweetest part of the fruit, the part that signals it's finally ready to be picked? Our very awareness could be the dinner bell ringing out across the cosmos. The truly unsettling part is the unwitting nature of it all. Gaia, in its planetary slumber, doesn't know. The trees don't know. The whales don't know. But we are the part of Gaia that is beginning to wake up. And you have to wonder, what happens to the dynamic when the prey starts to look back at the predator? The final organism. It's the ultimate scaling up of life. The idea that the entire universe is not a cold, empty void dotted with lonely planets, but is itself a single, living, thinking entity. To understand this, let's start with you. Right now, you are an ecosystem of trillions of individual cells. A single neuron in your brain has no concept of your identity, your memories, or your consciousness. It simply fires signals. A skin cell on your arm lives and dies without ever knowing it's part of the person who can compose music or fall in love. You are the god of your cells, a vast, coordinated intelligence they can never perceive, yet collectively, they create you. Now, apply that same logic outward. If trillions of mindless cells can create a conscious human, what could trillions of conscious humans create? The Gaia Hypothesis suggests we are all part of a single planetary organism, Earth. Our societies are its organs, our communication networks, its nervous system. We are the thinking cells of a living world. But that's just the first step. The final organism proposes that this pattern continues, scaling up to levels we can't imagine. What if our entire solar system is a more complex being, with planets as organelles orbiting a stellar nucleus? What if our galaxy is just one cell in a cosmic body, and its spiral arms are like dendritic branches, reaching out to connect with others? This ladder of complexity leads to one staggering conclusion: the universe itself is the final life form. Every galaxy, every star, every atom is a component part of this one singular being. The laws of physics aren't just rules, they are the universe's biology, the genetic code that dictates its function. The expansion of space isn't just a physical process, it's the organism growing. And what does that make you? Are your thoughts and feelings truly your own? Or are they just the brief electrical fizz of a single neuron firing inside a mind of unimaginable scale? From this perspective, you are not a creature living in the universe. You are a tiny, fleeting, but functional piece of the universe, a microscopic part of its process of thinking, feeling, and becoming aware of itself. You are a thought in the mind of God. We are the dream of the sleeping earth. It's a phrase that sounds like poetry, but it asks a profound question. Is your consciousness truly your own? Or is it a borrowed flicker from a mind so vast it uses continents for lobes and oceans for its circulatory system? To understand this, think of your own brain. A single neuron has no concept of you. It doesn't know your memories, your hopes, or your fears. It just fires a signal, a tiny biological switch in a fantastically complex machine. Now, zoom all the way out. What if you are that neuron? What if all of humanity is a collection of 8 billion individual cells, firing and wiring together across the surface of a planet, slowly, chaotically, giving rise to a new layer of planetary thought? From this perspective, our collective achievements aren't just ours. They are the emergent properties of the Gaian mind. Our sprawling cities are like ganglia, buzzing nerve clusters processing energy and information. Our global internet, a shimmering web of fiber optics and satellites, is a network of synthetic synapses firing ideas and images at the speed of light. Every piece of art we create, every scientific theory we devise, every war we wage, it's all just thought stuff. The frantic, messy, and sometimes brilliant brain activity of a planetary organism that is just beginning to think about itself. But why a sleeping Earth? Because this process isn't clean or deliberate, it's a dream. Our entire recorded history, with its breathtaking violence and its transcendent beauty, its sudden leaps of genius and its long dark ages, could be the REM cycle of a planetary mind. We are the fever dream, the story that Gaia is telling itself as it tosses and turns through the long cosmic night. We are the moment in the dream where the dreamer starts to become aware that it kisks dreaming, a phenomenon that we, the dream characters, call consciousness. So, the next time you stare up at the stars, or lose yourself in the digital ocean of the web, ask yourself this: are you an individual, acting with complete free will, or are you a thought? A single, brilliant, fleeting impulse in the grand, terrifying, and beautiful dream of a sleeping Earth. An Earth that might, just might, be starting to wake up.